Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hit the button, Barry, hit the button. All right, how you doing? Saturday afternoon. Beautiful down here in South Florida. I'm not sure where it is, how it is where you guys are. Here, it's absolutely stunningly beautiful. I mean, stunningly. Sun, 82, 83. I think what I'm going to do after this show is experiment with some live video by the pool. Some, I've been recording some videos by the pool, but they've just been recorded videos. I'm looking to do a couple things, impromptu live videos by the pool, just hanging out in the sun. No frills, no editing, just me talking to you guys and trying to figure something out in terms of how the production will work. But I'll probably go live by the pool later on after this video and talk to you guys. So first, housekeeping. It is now 1:04. President Trump is due to take the stage at 2 o'clock. Got some housekeeping stuff to do here. Want to thank you in advance for showing up on your Saturday afternoon, which I know you may have many things you could be doing other than being here, and I thank you. And to that end, I want to give all of you a big hand. Yesterday, on a weekday, we broached the top 10 and we made the top 10. Here are the top 10 news streams in the entirety of the United States. Everywhere in the United States, this is the top 10. Dan Bongino, of course, number 1. Candace Owens, number 2. Live now from Fox, Timcast, a couple others. And yours truly, came in at number 9. And I'm like, I understand. Patrick, Bet, David, and Benny took the day off. They're up at Cpac, so their shows didn't show up in here. So I understand it would probably be about 11 if those guys, were actually on the air, but they weren't. And so I was able to go and slide up in there to number 9. And as you can see, some really big names are behind me. Here I am at number 9, as you can see. We beat InfoWars, we beat MC News, we beat Tim on his Rumble channel, we beat Fox News, we beat Fox Business, we beat PBS, we beat Right Side's Rumble page, and on and on and on. And Officer Tatum, we beat him. Robert Gouvet, some really good names here. Alex Jones on Rumble, Tucker Carlson on Rumble. The only way that Ben Shapiro, we beat him. Man, you guys flipping rock. Thank you so very much. I check the stats every morning, and most of the time, I'd say Monday through Friday, we're somewhere between 14 and 17, depending on how the day before went. Sometimes we'll slide down to 19 or 20 if there's a big news event where a lot of people go live, or if it's just a normal weekday, we can get in there between 12 and 14. So to get to number 9, this is like the second or third time we've broken the top 10. Thank you. Thank you. It means a ton to me, and Robin and Ashley. I mean, we're just blown away. Absolutely blown away. Just this small channel comes out of nowhere. In less than a year, we're fighting in the top 10. I can't be blessed enough. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, you guys. That's all I wanted to say about that. So, President Trump, he's going to be speaking at Cpac today. And before he went to Cpac, I think he woke up kind of ticked off. he went rage tweeting, as they say, or rage posting on X. Not rage, but he was on fire. So let's just look at some of the stuff that President Trump put out this morning. President Trump says the 6th hostage has just been released by Hamas. I hope that is a living hostage, but in any event, that's good news. He then followed that up with our southern border is closed. Closed. If you've seen the numbers, it's hard to disagree with that. Then he goes after MSNBC. MSNBC, commonly known as MSDNC, is a threat to our democracy, such lying and misrepresentation, bad people at the top. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. I don't want to waste too much time going on that, but some weird things are happening in the media. Very, very weird. Both there and CNN. They're trying to do everything they possibly can at this point to discredit everything that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing, and it's not working. Their newest message is, oh, the people don't like it. You know, because everyone had been saying that the people really, really love what Donald Trump's doing. Now they're going after it and trying to make up these fake polls and say, oh, people hate what Donald Trump, oh, they have regret for voting for him. That's the new narrative. I'd say, by Tuesday or Wednesday, that one will die out as well. I'm hoping Ashley can get Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen back on so we can expose these nuts once again like we did with the polls. I can't believe they fell back on polls. After we exposed how completely irrational and irrelevant, useless the polling was during the election, now they're just resurrecting polls all over again. The polls show that Donald Trump, his popularity is waning. Yeah, good luck with that one, okay? MSNBC. Which wrong button? This one here is Elon Musk. He says Elon is doing a great job, but I would like to see him get even more aggressive. Remember, we have a country to save, but ultimately to make greater than ever before. That's an interesting thing for President Trump to put out there, don't you think? You know, telling Elon Musk that in public, you should do more. Get out there and cut some more. Well, that wasn't for Elon Musk. You know who that was designed for, because when I show you how Elon Musk responded, you'll get the point. But in any event, that was for the media. That was for the Democrats. That is for everybody to know we're not near done. We're going to keep pushing. Where's Elon's response here? Because it was just a one. Oh, here it is. a one word response. So if you saw this, which I know you did because I was the one who just showed it to you. Where is it? Okay. Elon Musk is doing a great job, but I would like to see him get more aggressive. You realize that he and Elon talk all the time. So you don't have to post that to tell Elon to get more aggressive. You deduce that from the power of he's probably got a bat phone where he can call Elon Musk anytime he wants. So for him to put it out there, it's not for Elon's benefit, it is for everybody else's benefit. Of course, though, Elon Musk responded, will do, Mr. President, will do. Cry more. Cry more, libs. More is coming. You think he's slowing down? No, he's not slowing down. He's just getting started. He's going to rip you people a new face. So the big dust up this morning is wait to see if anybody good, just to let you know, Cpac is running. And if anybody of note jumps on stage, I'll just jump to them and we'll listen to them as we wait for President Trump. So yesterday was Black Friday as in regards to the media. the media at this point and the military are just like, oh my God, what is he doing? And Pete Hegseth is firing everybody. Just fire them all. So in a very, very nice way, I keep hitting the wrong button all the time. Don't mind me. President Trump got rid of his chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs. I want to thank General Charles C.Q. Brown for his over 40 years of service to the country, including as our current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's a fine gentleman and an outstanding leader, and I wish a great future for him and his family. Today, however, I am honored to announce that I am nominating Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Raising Kane, who he speaks about often, to be the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. General Kane is an accomplished pilot, national security expert, successful entrepreneur, and a war fighter with significant interagency and special operations experience. So he's bringing in a new Joint Chief of Staff, and he got rid of him in a nice way. Like, yeah, he's been great, but now he's got to hit the bricks. I don't want him. And of course, everybody in the media and all the sycophants just decided that they were going to completely lose their mind because of what he did. Sorry. He's gone. Too bad. Man, it's just too much. Uh-oh, you got something with SB. SB, you know what? I already had that lined up, so I'll go to it next. SB just sent me something. This is really interesting. It dovetails off of something else I'm going to tell you. All right. President of the Congo just offered the United States ownership of the country's minerals to entice President Trump to put an end to the war backed by Rwanda. Congo holds more than half the world's cobalt and coltan. They also have substantial deposits of gold. Gold, I tell you, there's gold in them there hills. Gold, copper, tin, lithium, etc. China currently has a considerable influence in Congo's mineral sector, and before them it was the Europeans. The United States is also one of the most mineral-rich countries in the world, with more reserves being discovered frequently. It's unclear whether President Trump would want a deal like this, but owning some of the minerals in exchange for at least far better than we currently get for protecting Europe. Nothing. Which is true. Now, understand what's happening with this whole mineral market and basically getting the rights for what's under the ground in other countries that could be worth gazillions. I mean, literally worth gazillions of dollars. So President Trump, when he was just Donald Trump, the developer, understood, and I'm going back to the 80s, the value in what I would call non-conforming or non-traditional assets. Everybody knows gold and they know dollars and real estate, but Donald Trump learned long time ago the value of non-traditional assets. So when he was building, which one was it? Trump Tower. He was building Trump Tower. He wanted to go up so many feet. You may not know this story. And next door was a building, and that building was, I think it was Tiffany's, I'm not sure, don't quote me. And he went to the people who own that property. And when he went to those people, what he negotiated was something most people at that time had no clue of, which made it harder to value, and in essence, sometimes people laughed at him. You're going to pay me for that? Sure, I'll take it. Donald Trump, if you go read the book, The Art of the Deal, what he did was he bought the air rights above the property that housed the building, a business. I think it was Tiffany's, I'm not sure. But he bought the air rights, meaning your building is this tall. I want to buy, since it's already zoned, I want to buy the rights for everything above you. Well, I'm in my building. It's not like I'm parking a helicopter or anything. Sure, you can have it. Well, when he designed his building and he did like that, and it allowed him to get like 30 more stories onto Trump Tower. He understands. True story. True story. You can go look up Art of the Deal and look in there and talk about air rights, which Donald Trump did. And at that time, people were flabbergasted. You're going to pay what for air right? What the hell is air right? Air right? Yeah, well, the zoning was you could have built a, X-story building there. You chose to only build a 4-story building, which means you still have the rights to build 30, 40, 50 stories. But you're not going to do it. So those air rights are just sitting there, never to be used. And he bought the property next door, or the building next door. I'm going to build this up, and I want to come over them. Can we do that so we can, continue building up in the air? A true story, a non-traditional asset that is worth billions in New York City right now. Because now people realize, oh, everything above me has value. Well, same thing when looking at the Congo. What's under the dirt is often more valuable than the dirt itself, meaning the land. You've got what? You've got gold, you've got silver, you got tin, you've got lithium, you got all this stuff under the dirt. And you have no way to get it out? We don't have the money, sir. Okay, sell me those rights, notice what it says here, and this is one of the things that's being said in Zelensky's area. Oh yeah, maybe we can sell this. Maybe we can recoup our money. Well, yesterday the news was, and I always wait 24 to 48 hours. The news yesterday was that Zelensky had caved, and he was going to sell off the mineral rights to Donald Trump in order to get a peace deal done. Well, somebody probably made a call. They probably pressured him, and then today, here he goes again, changing his mind. I can't agree to this. Let me just tell you something. I am going to go out on a limb, not much of a limb, because there's some other people talking about it. One of them, obviously, is Alex Jones, and another person talking about it is Ann Vandersteel, and I firmly believe this too. Let me see if I can go back to something she said earlier. We're under the feeling at this point that Zelensky's a dead man walking. He's in a some people like to say win-win, some people don't like to say win-win. Well, he's in a no-win situation. You've got Putin over here who's poised to take over your country. You've got the deep state who says don't do it because we need to continue doing our grift over there. You got Donald Trump. You got the Europeans mad at you. France and the EU and England and Germany, all those people, because everybody knows what you have. They know what they've done. We know what you've done. And so all those people are gathered around looking at Zelensky, wondering what he's going to do, and he's got no protection from anybody, except maybe, the deep state who are trying to do anything they can to keep him in place, because that's the last key. Where is it where she posted this? She's so busy on Twitter. I'm trying to find it, but I think he's a walking dead man. I think it's going to come to a point. Oh, here it is. Here's what she wrote. And she also retweeted Alex Dugan. Okay, so look at this. Agreed. Zelensky has caved to Trump's demand for half of Ukraine's rare earth minerals. This was based on the fact that she thought that he was going to keep that deal. Zelensky is now useless to the NWO as a puppet for war to continue profiteering through the military-industrial complex. So she's realizing at this point, if he takes the deal, his days are numbered. Because now you've turned your back on that globalist industrial military complex. You're doing a deal with the enemy as far as they're concerned, Trump. They don't need you anymore, and they know you know too much, and Sorry, you're done. Zelensky's days are numbered. Hint, perfect phone call. Yeah, she's talking about the perfect phone call Trump made way back when they did the impeachment because they needed to cover everything up. Where is all this coming from? This is coming from Alex Jones and this guy here, Alexander Dugin, a Russian strategist. This is a very interesting video that I can't really play here because of the subject matter, if you understand. And that subject matter is that, will the globalists take out Zelensky and blame it on the Russians? You see, his usefulness as a puppet has pretty much reached its end. The closer you get to ending this war, the more you are no longer needed. So and put out, oh yeah, he's accepted a deal, he's done now. No. Now he's gone back and realized, if I take this deal, they're going to take me out. Dude, you got no chance. You have no parachute. You are driving or flying in a plane with no pilot and no parachute. There are no good decisions for him to make at this point. The only decision that could possibly save him is for him to cut a deal with President Trump, spill the beans, and pray that you give us the money back, so that in that regards we can protect you, help bring down this cabal of whoever they are. Other than that, you're done. Yeah, that plane's going to run out of gas somewhere with no pilot, or going to fly into a mountain, and you're going to be on it. That's where we are, I believe, in regards to the whole thing about Ukraine. He's a man on an island. He can't stop Russia. He's terrified and being told not to do a deal with Trump. The European Union's like, I don't know what we do. And it all happened because Trump won the election. Kamala didn't stay there. She wasn't. They aren't able to continue pulling the strings. And now this dancing comedic actor is in a whole lot of trouble. A whole lot of trouble. Watch it. Watch what happens. You can go ahead and mark this down at 2:22, February 22nd at 1:24 p.m. because, damn. I would not want to be him. I wouldn't even want to be in the same car. I wouldn't want to be in the same facility as he is right now. You have too many eyes focused on you who know you know way too much. There's no way out of testifying. You're not going to be able to basically go into the witness protection program after you've done all you rented out your butt. You have been bent over to these people for years, allowing them to do whatever they want, anytime they want, just so you could get some money. And you know every single person who's taken a ride off of you, and now the ride's ending, and they know that you know who they are. And you've got Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and nobody else coming to save your quite worn out behind at this point. Sorry, that sounds a little bit graphic on a Saturday morning, but I have no sympathy for him. He sold out his own people. He allowed us to be robbed, and now, good luck. Keep going back and forth with Trump. Trump has all the cards. At this point, he can just, you guys do what you need to do. I'm done. I'm done with this guy. And when Trump goes like that and washes his hand with you, what do you think's going to happen? All right, changing gears per se on that regard. Kash Patel, as you know, yesterday told about 5,000 people, you guys are done. And now, this morning at 11:30, this happened. Kash Patel still hasn't got the drapes up in his office yet. Just ordered 1,500 FBI agents to be relocated from Washington, D.C. to other locations. 1,000 will be relocated to areas across the nation where violent crime has spiked. And as you know, yesterday we talked about the other 500 being sent to Huntsville, Alabama, which is the D.C. equivalent of exile to Siberia. Oh my goodness. So things are happening very, very, very fluently. And I don't foresee them slowing down whatsoever. Back to the big story. This requires a sip. It's coming. We talked about it in depth this morning. I posted a recap video earlier. I hope you guys are liking the recaps. If you haven't been around for 3-4 hours of a show, you're seeing the recaps. I'm just checking to make sure. Looks like they're getting everything set for President Trump, and as soon as he walks out, we will definitely cover it. But Anna Paulina Luna posted this. Like I've said from the beginning, the files will be released to the public at the direction of POTUS. My task force is investigating those publicly released documents. I hope everyone took note of who is intentionally spreading disinformation. Time to shine the light. And she's referring to what Pam Bondi went on Fox yesterday and said, yes, it's coming. It's coming. The flooding of the zone in regards to that term and what President Trump is doing is giving these people no quarter, no harbor, there's no rest. No rest whatsoever. Truly Nessun Dorma. On so many fronts, the globalists, the elitists, the Democrats, the media, all in the same, I guess. At this point, they're seeing we can't fight all this. And now, on top of that, you've got Anna Polina, you've got Kash Patel, you've got Pam Bondi, everybody getting ready to push out this information. There is no defending that. I'm telling you right now, I don't care if there's a whole list of Republicans on that list, they need to go down too. I am completely politically agnostic. If you were doing some of this stuff to kids, I don't care if you're a huge MAGA supporter, you're going down. I have no patience. I will do everything I can as long as these people here let me. I will torch as many people as they release for being involved with anything having to do with hurting kids. And I would hope you guys would pass that around as too. I've got no patience for it. None. I vilify you if you harmed a child. And again, I don't care which political party you're in. Doesn't matter. I don't care what your stature is. We're coming for you. And I think you guys are as well. Nobody should be given any sort of comfort if they've been involved with the sale, moving around, distribution, procuring, or doing the things to kids. God, I wish I could just talk without having to really couch my words. At this point, if you've done some things to kids, your only solace, the only comfort you can take is in the Lord. You better pray for forgiveness, because down here in this earth, you ain't gonna get none. Ain't gonna happen. George pointed this out a short period ago. Just in, all remaining employees of the CFPB, this is Elizabeth Warren's pet project, got an email telling them to vacate the building as soon as possible because its lease got canceled. The CFPB was an agency originally proposed by Elizabeth Warren, better known as Pocahontas, but it's gone now. You have to realize that this is all happening on a Saturday. These are people who lived in the Beltway, worked in the Beltway, where Saturday afternoons, Sunday afternoons were just, hey, let's go out on the boat. Well, it's wintertime, so you're not going to go on a boat down there. Or maybe you get on a plane and fly to your house in Florida, and you just relax. Nothing happens on the weekends. Even the media, for the most part, they've got the second team that comes in, their JV squad that works the weekends. You better find a way to get Hannity and Laura Ingraham and the rest of these people butt in on Saturday and Sunday, because he's not stopping. Donald Trump doesn't care. Doesn't care whether or not you guys take the weekend off. He's going to make news 7 days a week, and that's just going to be the way it is. That's just the way it is. So I got some other videos to cover. It might be, I don't know if I want to get into it. Yeah, we got some time. It's 1:30. We still have half an hour. Let's take some comments from you guys. Let me know how you guys are doing here. On YouTube, they have Diddy confessing the kids are in tunnels. Want to hear it. Anyone that mess with kids should be under the jail. That's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. I don't care. You could be the most red-dressed, MAGA-loving person in the world, but if you harm kids, we're coming for you. And so if we have to take out our family, our MAGA family, then Democrats, you don't have a prayer. Yeah, no rest at all for the wicked. I love that saying. No rest for the wicked. And you know who you are. See, that's the other thing. Imagine what must be going on in your body when you see all this happening. And you know what you've done, and you know that you're about to be exposed. Don't be surprised if you don't see some, splatting going on. Because there's, as Trump said, it's horrible and embarrassing. I can't even fathom. Can't even fathom. 100% agree with you, Barry. Yeah. Trump is a runaway train. I'm going to correct you with that. Trump is a steaming locomotive, but he's not run away. He's not out of control. He knows exactly what he's doing. See, that what you just said, I understand the analogy, and you probably didn't think of it in that regard. He knows exactly what he's doing. And it is a locomotive, and it's coming at him. In fact, I think he's taking the lever, and he's like going up to fifth gear. There is no slowing down, but rest assured, he's in control. He got all of his cabinet members approved, which makes it even more in control of this just fast-moving locomotive that ain't stopping for nobody. So that's the only thing I would change there. I can't picture Schiff facing the music. He's a coward. All right, so about Schiff. You guys may have seen the video yesterday, and you saw the cut excerpt today. Very interesting. And it's something I see with you guys that I don't see with any other channel audience ever. It's just not there. Barry, what are you talking about? Well, yesterday I mentioned to you guys to go ahead and begin looking at these pardons. And at the time I was broadcasting it, I didn't even know how to get the pardons. I can't tell you how many emails I received overnight. Oh, here's this. Oh, we found this. We found it. And when I close the show, I'm like, this is where you guys come in. You guys need to go dig up the pardons, see if you can find them, and then let everybody know this whole pardon nonsense is a bunch of bull crap. And I literally must have gotten 20, 25 emails with people going, found this one, found that one, found this one. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, maybe I should just take a step back, because I can't assume everybody was here for all of the, what do you call it, the entire show. And so let me see if I can find. All right, so this is something that popped up yesterday, and I told everybody, guys, you got to look at this. This is some crazy stuff. And Viva Fry, everyone has told me that's how you say his handle. Viva Fry, who was a lawyer, said you need to take a look at this pardon, because this pardon doesn't say everything you think it does. Like, everybody thought they were just sweeping pardons, and he saw it and he goes, no. Adam Schiff's pardon is only, very, very small box, only in regards to the January 6th committee. At which point I was talking to you guys, and I'm like, well, if it's such a narrow blanket of protection, well, it's not merely a blanket, it's basically a throw cloth at this point, because all you're doing is shielding a little bit. It's only the January 6th committee. So everything else you've done, or not, that they find, is fair game. I want to make sure you're clear on that. This pardon that he got, it means everything else is fair game. We can't look at anything inside the box of January 6th committee. But everything else we can look at. And let's see who this is. Oh, we're going to cut to this guy. This is Tom Homan. So freeze that and remember that. But we definitely want to talk and listen to Tom Homan. Guy's a firebrand. Love him. Love him. He's stepping up to the microphone right now. Music.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Look, let me start out by saying this. If I offend anybody today, I don't give a shit.
Oh no, he swore.
Don't care. The meeting in the back room, I'm sure I'll be reading a lot of hit pieces on me tomorrow. I don't give a shit what you think about me. I get asked all the time, does it bother you? There's a big part of this country that hates your guts. I don't care. I don't care. Because we got a job to do. You know, I wake up every day for the last 4 years pissed off because the Dwight administration took the most secure border in my lifetime and unsecured it on purpose. Right? I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took steps to secure the border. Even Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. They got it. Joe Biden's the first president in history of the nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. So for 4 years, I wake up every day pissed off. But that changed November 5th. Now I wake up every day excited because I work for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. For 4 years, we had over 10.5 million illegal aliens at our border. They released nearly 8 million into the country illegally. We had a 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and children. We had a record number of known suspected terrorists and people on the terrorist watch list crossing the border. Under Trump, we had 14 in 4 years. Under Joe Biden, just shy of 400. Think about that for a moment.
Hey, let me know if the volume is okay.
Our borders create the most significant public safety and national security vulnerability in this nation's history. But guess what? We got one badass president now who's going to come in and is going to take care of this border. Look at the numbers last few days. I'm telling you, every morning I get up, I can't wait to go to work. Because I know that I have a president who's going to open up every avenue of law enforcement to this great nation. In under 4 weeks, we have illegal crossings on the border down 95%. I remember when the president called me and said, I remember he called me when he brought me, this is the second time I came out of retirement for this man. So he called me, I was the first guy he called, and he says, okay, this is how the phone call went. I picked up one, I see POTUS on my cell phone, so I know it was Trump. He says, all right, Tom, you've been bitching about it 4 years, you want to come fix it? And I didn't hesitate. I said, I'll come back and I'll do it for free. I'm so pissed off. You don't have to pay me. And look, in less than a month, illegal crossings down 95%. ICE has arrested over 21,000 people in the nation. Gotaways. Under President Biden, the gotaways, 2.2 million people crossed the border, weren't arrested because the Border Patrol was too busy making sandwiches, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, dealing with humanitarian crisis. 2.2 million people crossed the border and weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted. We had about 1,800 a day in 2023. You know how many had yesterday? 48. You're talking about 2,000 miles of border and only 48 people escaped, but that's 48 too many. I'm not going to be happy if that number is 0. Now we're getting a question, well, you said you're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats, but you arrested non-criminals. Yeah, damn right we did. Because you're in the country illegally, which happens to be a violation of our law. Entering this country illegally is a crime, and we're not going to forgive it. Into sanctuary cities, game on, because Pam Bondi's back into place. And Kash Patel is back running the FBI. President Trump brought together one hell of a team, and every time I see one of these people get nominated and take their oath for office, I just get that much more excited. I'm afraid I'm going to have a heart attack one of these days because it just keeps getting better. Sanctuary cities are a sanctuary for criminals. I've read all these stories this week. Tom Homan insulted AOC. Well, look, it's not an insult if it's true. She says Homan has no game, he has nothing on me. Look, you can claim you're educating people according to their constitutional rights. I think she's a long ways away from being a constitutional scholar myself. Bottom line is, we know what the game is. You can claim you're educating people to their rights, but we know what the end game is. try to tell people how to invade law enforcement. And we're talking about people who enter the country illegally, which is a crime, committed a violent act against a U.S. citizen, and were ordered removed by a judge. We got members of Congress saying it's okay to educate them how to invade law enforcement. We're not making this shit up. We're enforcing the laws enacted by Congress, and we're not going to apologize for it, not under this administration. We got great governors out there. Governor Pritzker, you ain't one of them. I met with Governor DeSantis yesterday. You know what he's done? He's passed one of the strongest state immigration laws in this nation. Do you know it's a crime in the state of Florida? It is a crime to enter the country illegally. He made his own state law. He has passed a law that he will fire any mayor or sheriff that doesn't help ICE enforce immigration law. The men and women of the Border Patrol, I love each and every one of you wearing that green uniform. You're the finest 1% this country has. So look, we're attacking the interior enforcement. For those who don't think those numbers are enough, I don't either. If you haven't seen, I'm happy with the numbers, but I'm not going to be satisfied until every criminal alien gang member, every criminal alien, every trend agua is eradicated from this country and send their ass to Gitmo where they belong. Damn, I love my job. And look, I already said we got the border locked down, we're crossing down 95%. We've already arrested 21, just above 21,000. And we're going to double the workforce. We're going to add more, targeting. We're going to add more teams. God bless the men and women of ICE. God bless all the DOJ components are with us. We've got U.S. Marshals, DEA, FBI, ATF, all these fine agencies helping us. And what's great about it, when we went to Chicago, Mayor of Chicago said I wasn't welcome to Chicago. Guess where the first place I went was? Chicago. But having DEA and FBI there and ATF was great. We found an illegal alien with a gun. ATF does a criminal charge. We found an illegal alien with drugs. We prosecuted that crime. So we're prosecuting these people before we deport them, and that's exactly what we should be doing. We're going to make this country safe again. The third rail, when President Trump told me, he said, Homan, secure the border, run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen, and find over 300,000 missing children that were sex trafficked or forced labor trafficked in this country. And we're looking for them. And we're going to save children. All these bad stories about Trump, Homan, you're racist, you're a white nationalist, you're a mean person. Okay, I'll take that. Because you know what Homan's doing? I'm working for the greatest president of my lifetime, and we're going to save lives. Because when 95% less people coming across the border, how many women ain't being raped? How many Americans aren't dying from fentanyl overdoses? How many no-suspected terrorists aren't getting in the country? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked in this country when you have a border lockdown? We're saving lives. That's right. Stand up. President Trump's getting ready to come on stage. I got another message to the criminal cartels of Mexico. At the RNC, I said a speech. I said two things at the speech. If you're in the country illegally, you better start packing now. We're keeping that promise. The other thing I said on stage at the RNC, that President Trump is going to designate the criminal cartels of Mexico as a terrorist organization. He's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. After I said that, of course, I got numerous death threats. They've doubled the size of my security detail because all the cartels want to take Homan out. Well, I'll tell you what, come get some. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. You are now a terrorist organization. So word out to anybody that assists them, anybody that sells their drugs on the street, anybody that assists these cartels in any way, you are helping a terrorist organization, and the weight of the world's coming down on you. I read a story last night, the police commissioner of Boston. You said you doubled down on not helping the law enforcement officers of ICE. I'm coming to Boston. I'm bringing hell with me. I looked at the numbers this morning. I stopped counting at 9. Nine child rapists that were in jail in Massachusetts, but rather than honoring an ICE detainer, released them back into the street. You're not a police commissioner. Take that badge off your chest, put it in the desk drawer, because you became a politician. You forgot what it's like to be a cop. And guess what? The men and women of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they found those predators, and they're locked back up, and we're going to deport them from the United States. To the men and women of ICE, the agency I used to run, you know, I was the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. For the 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself. What I've done recently, I brought a bunch of badass old school boys back. I got a guy named Mark Hall. Mark Hall went through the Border Patrol Academy in 1984. I said, Mark, you ready to come back and make a difference? And he dropped everything he did to come back. I'm bringing a bunch of old school people back to show the young folk how we did it and how we're going to do it. And like I said, I want to leave you with this. I said I got 45 minutes left. Look, if Congressman J. Paul couldn't, gavel me to shut up, no one on this building is going to get me off the stage until I'm ready to get off the stage. Now they turned the time red. I guess that's a warning. Look, here's what I'm going to say. And I hope you agree with me. If you agree with me, will you please stand up and let him know, because he's listening right now. The greatest president in my lifetime is back in the Oval Office. He's going to make America great again. He's going to make America healthy again. He's going to make America safe again. You got it. President Trump, God bless you. I'm proud to be back, and I'm not leaving until we fix this shit.
Ooh. Reminds me of an old offensive line coach I had years ago. Oh my goodness. I'm ready to go sign up to work for him. That guy he just brings fire. Absolute fire. Would not want to have to stand in his way. Not sure who this is coming up to the stage. This might be Mercedes and Matt Schlapp. These are the producers of the event, and they're probably going to bring on Donald Trump.
Bigger. Only getting beautifully bigger every year.
Bigger and better. So, our next speaker has appeared before you twice. She is, you're close, she is leading the charge with a few other great patriots, sovereigntists, to try to put Europe back on track.
Giorgia Meloni?
Our European friends, many of them are sitting right here, Santiago and others, Eduardo from South America, others know that the first step in getting Europe back on track, was America re-electing Donald Trump. And my beautiful wife has the honor of introducing someone she knows is a real hero to all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming live from Italy, the Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mercy. And good morning, Cpac. How are you? Thank you very much for this opportunity to greet you, your guests, and above all, the incredible people of Cpac. You know how much I value this gathering. And I couldn't miss this edition, even if only from afar. And today, I address you with the pride of representing as Prime Minister an extraordinary nation that is Italy. A nation with a deep, unbreakable bond with the United States. And this bond is forged by history and shared principles. And it is embodied by the countless Americans of Italian descent who for generations have contributed to America's prosperity. So to them, allow me to say thank you. Thank you for being exceptional ambassadors for Italian passion, creativity, and genius. To this incredible nation, Italy, I dedicate my full energy. Our government is tirelessly working to restore Italy's rightful place on the international stage. We are reforming, modernizing, and reclaiming our role as a global leader. We aim to build an Italy that once again amazes the world. Let me tell you, we're proving it. The mainstream propaganda machine predicted that a conservative government would have isolated Italy, deleting it from the map of the world, driving away investors and suppressing fundamental freedoms. They were wrong. Their storytelling was fake. The reality is that Italy is thriving. Employment is at a record high, our economy is growing, our fiscal policy is back on track, and the flow of illegal migration has decreased by 60% in the last year. And most importantly, we're expanding freedom in every aspect of Italians' lives. Why? Because we conservatives do what we say. We do what is right. We fight for what we believe in. And moreover, we trust people, not fear them. Unlike the globalist elites who believe the government should educate the people, forcing them to accept policies they never asked for, we believe in democracy. We serve the people, we do not rule over them. Cpac understood this fight. Cpac understood this fight. And again, I want to thank you for that. You have never given up. Even in the toughest moments, you have fought for a new victory. You have built a global network that has given a voice to millions who were silenced, so that conservatives everywhere would know they are not alone. And we are not alone, right? Cpac understood before many others that the political and cultural battle for conservative values is not just an American battle. It is a Western battle. Because, my friends, I still believe in the West. not just as a geographical space, but as a civilization born from the fusion of Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian values. A civilization built and defended over centuries through the genius, energy, and sacrifices of many. When we say West, we define a way of understanding the world where the individual is central, life is sacred, all men are born equal and free, the law applies equally to all, sovereignty belongs to people, and freedom comes before everything else. This is our heritage, and we will never apologize for it. My question for you is, can this civilization still defend the principles and values that define it? Can it still be proud of itself and aware of its role? I think so. So we must say loudly and clearly to those attacking the West from the outside and those sabotaging it from within with virus of cancel culture and woke ideology, we must say to them that we will never be ashamed of who we are. We affirm our identity. We affirm our identity and work to strengthen it, because without a deep-rooted identity, we cannot be great again. The radical left wants to erase our history, undermine our identity, divide us by nationality, by gender, by ideology, but we will not be divided, because we are strong only when we are together. And if the West cannot exist without America, or rather the Americas, thinking of the many patriots fighting for freedom in Central and South America, then it also cannot exist without Europe. Our adversaries hope that President Trump will move away from us. But knowing him as a strong and effective leader, I bet that those who hope for divisions will be proven wrong. I know some of you may see Europe as a distant or even lost. I tell you, it is not. Yes, mistakes have been made, priorities have been misplaced, especially due to ruling classes and mainstream media that imported and replicated in the whole continent the most reckless theories of American liberal leftism. These are the same elites who were recently outraged by J.D. Vance's speech in Munich, in which the Vice President rightly stated that before discussing security, we must know what we are defending. He wasn't talking about tariffs or trade balances on which we will each defend our interests while preserving our friendship. We don't need to say how interconnected our economies are and how the unpredictable results of a trade clash would play into the hands of other great powers. Vice President Vance was discussing something deeper: identity, democracy, freedom of speech. In short, Europe's historic role and mission. Many pretended to be outraged, calling for European pride against an American daring to lecture us. But let me tell you, as someone who is proud to be European, first, if those who were outraged had shown the same pride when Europe lost its strategic autonomy, tying its economy to autocratic regimes, or when European borders and our way of life were threatened by mass illegal migration, now we would live in a stronger Europe. Second, these ideas are not new for many of us. Brave European leaders have been saying this for a long time. I've said them many times before, even from the Cpac stage, urging Europe to rediscover its true and deepest soul, which has been sacrificed on the altar of wokeness, bureaucracy and mercantilism. These are common sense ideas, now shared by a majority of European citizens, as election results have shown. So Europe is far from lost, and it will never be lost as long as conservatives remain in the fight. There is a growing awareness. There is a growing awareness in Europe that security is now the top priority. You cannot defend your freedom if you lack the means or the courage to do so. Throughout history, Europeans and Americans have shown they are hearers to Pericles' words. Happiness depends on freedom, and freedom depends on courage. We proved this when we stopped invasions, won our independences, and overthrew dictators. And we have done it together the last 3 years in Ukraine, where a proud people fight for their freedom against the brutal aggression. And we must continue today, working together for a just and lasting peace, a peace that can only be built with the contribution of all, but above all, with strong leaderships. And I know that with Donald Trump leading the United States, we will never again see the disaster we saw in Afghanistan 4 years ago. So, border security, energy security, economic security, food security, defense and national security. For a simple reason, if you are not secure, you are not free. And when freedom is at risk, the only thing that you can do is to put it in the wiser hands. That is why conservatives keep on growing and are becoming more and more influential in European politics. And that is why the left is nervous. And with Trump's victory, their irritation has turned into hysteria. Not only because conservatives are winning, but because conservatives are now collaborating globally. When Bill Clinton and Tony Blair created the global leftist liberal network in the 90s, they were called statesmen. Today, when Trump, Meloni, Milei, or maybe Modi talk, they are called a threat to democracy. This is the left's double standard. But we're used to it. We are used to it. And the good news is people no longer believe in their lies. Despite all the mud they throw at us, citizens keep voting for us. Because simply, people are not naive as the left considers them. They vote for us because we defend freedom. We love our nations. We want secure borders. We preserve businesses and citizens from the green leftist insanity. We defend family and life. We fight against wokeism. We protect our sacred right to our faith and our free speech. And we stand for common sense. So ultimately, our struggle is hard. But the choice is simple. Will we surrender to decline? Or will we fight to reverse it? Will we let our civilization fade? Or will we stand up and defend it? Will we leave our children a weaker world or a stronger one? Will we want the new generations to be ashamed of their roots? Or will we recover awareness and pride of who we are and teach it to them? I made my choice long ago, and I fight every day to honor it. And I know that I'm not alone in this battle, that you are all standing with me, that we are all standing together. And believe me, this makes all the difference. Thank you all. Thank you all. God bless you, and God bless the free nations of the world.
My name
This?
is. I'm proud to say I was born and raised in upstate New York.
All right, commercial. Wow, that's pretty strong. And I see some of you in the comments who are saying negative things about her. I hope you guys are just trolls that are just doing it for fun. But as I've said many times, people who stand with Trump are okay with me. That's how I look at it. We all have our faults. We all have our problems. But if she's standing with Trump and she's saying this is the way forward, just like Javier Milei is, okay with me. I don't know if you guys saw Javier Milei showed up and he brought a chainsaw for Elon Musk, and that became the narrative for a couple of days for the left because it offended them. And, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. My nipples hurt and stuff because he's got a chainsaw. Man, these people need to woman up and man up in a big way. Stop with your whining and kvetching and all this stuff because you had a chainsaw. What are you, 12? In fact, you can't even be 12. There's some people in 12 in some rural areas who can wield the chainsaw. It doesn't make any sense. And so the fact of the matter is that she decided to basically be the person right before Donald Trump at Cpac, and she's talking about the same ideals. I'm good with that. I am so good with that. We need people from around the world to understand we're not taking this woke stuff anymore. We're not going to let you shut us up. We're not going to let you run over us and steal our money. You think it's bad here? Yeah, because we have so much to steal, but it's been surely happening over there. All over the place. They've been trying to steal money. Have you seen London? Have you seen what they've done to England? They don't have a culture. They no longer have a culture. Their country is done. The England that was, and we've seen movies about, and it doesn't exist anymore. The England is England by name only. France. Have you seen what they've done in France? We used to want to travel. Robin and I, our last trip overseas was to Rome, and it was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I've never been to London. I wanted to go. Now I don't even want to go. No, wouldn't do it. Sorry. France, nope, ain't going. Don't want to do it. I don't want to go someplace and give you my money, our family's hard-earned money, with a country who doesn't want us there. They don't want to accept our ideals. They don't want us to be MAGA. They don't want us to be strong individuals. Coming to the stage right now, yeah, we'll take this one. This is Elise Stefanik from New York, who's now, forget what her position is, but she's good.
First Patriots, are you excited to be here? It is so great to be back at Cpac with the Republican trifecta, a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and of course, President Donald J. Trump in the White House. Now, we know none of this would have been possible without you, the American people. So I want to thank you for years of hard work, sacrifice, and dedication to fire Joe Biden, elect President Trump to save America. And believe me, we know, and in fact, no one knows this better than President Trump and his entire family, that this election was not easy. The left and their loyal stenographers in the mainstream media stooped to new and disgraceful lows. They tried everything: vicious smears, unprecedented attacks on his family, unconstitutional impeachments, and illegal lawfare by a weaponized and corrupt justice system. President Trump even faced an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. But by the grace of God, he prevailed, and we are here today. Americans know that God was truly watching over America and President Trump on that fateful day. We will always remember that day in Pennsylvania, just like we will always remember November 5th, 2024, the once-in-a-lifetime victory of the most important election in history. That was the day when President Trump delivered truly the greatest political comeback of all time, winning the popular vote with an overwhelming mandate to save America, a mandate to make America strong again, safe again, healthy again, wealthy again, and to once and for all make America great again. And President Trump has wasted no time delivering on the promises he made to the American people. He has already accomplished more in 4 weeks than Joe Biden did in 4 years. The tremendous results speak for themselves. On day one, President Trump signed hundreds of executive orders securing our border, deporting illegals, unleashing American energy, ending woke DEI policies, lowering prices, increasing accountability, and ushering in a new golden age for the American people. President Trump rightfully declared a national emergency at the border and deployed the military, including the 10th Mountain Division from my home district in upstate New York, to secure our nation. Thank you to the soldiers and their families for saving our country and protecting our borders. Climb to glory, 10th Mountain. President Trump also signed into law the Laken-Riley Act, the first bill passed by our House Republican majority in Congress. President Trump has ended catch and release, restored Remain in Mexico, restarted building the wall, and rightfully declared cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. President Trump is not only securing our nation, he is rebuilding the broken and failed Biden economy of inflation, malaise, and weakness. President Trump is putting America first by demanding fair and reciprocal trade, unleashing American energy independence, cutting regulations, and demanding the government work for we the people as President Trump doges wasteful un-American spending. And this is because President Trump knows that a strong, safe, and prosperous America at home is a strong America abroad. Our economic security, our border security, our energy security is also our national security. And the world is watching as President Trump reasserts his America First, peace through strength foreign policy. And I'm so honored to have been nominated by President Trump to serve in his cabinet as the United States ambassador to the United Nations as a part of this national security team. Our team is already hard at work on behalf of the President and the American people at Turtle Bay as I finish my work to enact his agenda in Congress on behalf of my constituents and the American people. When discussing this nomination with President Trump, the President shared with me that he sees great promise in the United Nations if it focuses on its founding mission of international peace and security. Just look at President Trump's record of international peace and security in his first term. He negotiated the historic Abraham Accords, the largest step to peace in the Middle East in over a quarter of a century. President Trump's maximum pressure campaign crippled Iran's capability to threaten instability in the region. His administration marked the only time that Putin did not invade another country. And there is no question that President Trump is the president of peace and deserves the Nobel Peace Prize for the historic achievements of his first term alone. And now look at what President Trump has already accomplished in just 1 month. he secured the release of 6 American hostages in Venezuela, 2 Americans in Afghanistan, an American-Israeli citizen held in Hamas captivity, a Pennsylvania teacher in Russia, and an American citizen in Belarus. The world knows that it is only because of President Trump that the innocent hostages viciously taken by Hamas terrorists are finally coming home, including those today. And President Trump is already effectively working to bring peace to the Russia-Ukraine war to stop the bloodshed. He's restored maximum pressure on Iran and redesignated the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. And the world is watching as every head of state is clamoring to meet with President Trump because the world knows America First is back. And at the UN, we are already at work with President Trump delivering results. We left the WHO, which covered up the truth about COVID. President Trump terminated the America Last Paris Climate Agreement. President Trump rightfully withdrew from the UN Human Rights Council that is a corrupt farce run by the worst abusers on the planet. The Trump administration imposed sanctions on the International Criminal Court, an illegitimate court fueled by raging anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. And a top priority that I have worked on in Congress for years, President Trump defunded UNRWA, the pro-Hamas terrorist group that committed atrocities on October 7th. And make no mistake, hear it now, as President Trump's United States ambassador to the United Nations, we will not only defund UNRWA, we will dismantle it. President Trump also reinstated the Mexico City policy to ensure our hard-earned U.S. taxpayer dollars do not support foreign organizations that perform or promote abortions around the world. The U.S. rejoined the Geneva Consensus Declaration to promote and strengthen opportunities for women and girls around the world and to protect the family as the fundamental unit of society. And of course, our U.S. embassies have been instructed to fly the beautiful American flag and only our American flag. This is moral leadership. This is strong leadership. This is President Trump's America First, peace through strength. Now, I want to ask you, let me ask you this question. Do you all remember that famous congressional hearing with the anti-Semitic university presidents from Harvard and Penn? I should say former presidents after my questions. 5 down and so many to go. And mark my words, that hearing is the type of strong moral leadership that I will deliver at the United Nations on day 1. And I know that I will be serving as the United States ambassador to the United Nations and not the other way around. And I will always stand up for the American people, American sovereignty, and our America First values. That means I will always defend America's most precious ally, Israel. I led the charge to expose the rot of anti-Semitism on college campuses, and I will lead the charge on behalf of President Trump to root out the rot of the true den of anti-Semitism, and that is the UN. This past week, we continue to see with crystal clarity that our fight to support Israel and eradicate Hamas is a fight between good and evil, light and darkness, life and death. The hearts of the world shattered to learn the horrific fate of hostages Oded Lifshitz, Shiri Bibas, and her two precious sons, Kafir and Ariel. The world must never forget that Hamas terrorists savagely murdered over 1,200 innocent civilians, including women, children, the elderly, and babies, and took hundreds hostage, committing unspeakable atrocities against humanity on October 7th and thereafter. And as we learn more about Hamas's evil murder leading to this devastating loss of life of these innocent victims, we must be reminded that this must not be Israel's fight alone. It will never be Israel's fight alone. The absolutely heinous display of Hamas terrorists parading the coffins of murdered Israeli babies and lying about the remains of their mother to the cheers of a barbaric, animalistic pro-Hamas mob is an affront to all of humanity. And it has never been more important to show the world's unequivocal support for Israel, and it is clear that under President Trump's leadership, America stands steadfast in support of Israel and the Jewish people, and we will not rest until every hostage is brought home and Hamas is eradicated. At the UN, I will also work with President Trump, Secretary Marco Rubio, Elon Musk, and the DOGE team to ensure every single dollar that we send to the United Nations is in line with the founding mission of actually promoting international peace and security. We will not fund terrorism, we will not fund corruption, we will not fund anti-Semitism, and we will not fund anti-Americanism. The United Nations will hear loudly and clearly that President Trump's America First, Peace Through Strength agenda and record of results is back, and it is here to stay. President Trump has been relentless in pushing for a government that serves the interest of we, the American people, which is why he sent DOGE to protect our hard-earned U.S. taxpayer dollars. And let's take a moment to talk about DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. This initiative is as common sense and America first as it gets. And yet Democrats and the left mainstream media have spiraled into an utter state of panic, calling President Trump and Elon Musk a threat to democracy, when the truth is, DOGE is a threat to the swamp's bureaucracy. DOGE is draining the swamp just like President Trump said he would. And how about this? I think we need a global DOGE. We must expose the reckless and anti-Semitic and anti-American spending at the United Nations, and we will. So get ready. We are just 1 month in, and we will continue to work together to support the greatest president in the history of our country, President Donald J. Trump, to make America great again. Thank you again to all the patriots here at Cpac and across the nation. God bless you. God bless President Donald J. Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Elise Stefanik, and waiting on President Trump, who should be the next person up. A couple things. SV, I'm not sure about this shooter. Where is it? Send me a link and I'll put it up. I also see that Pope Francis is in critical condition, which is weird because yesterday the Vatican said it was not life-threatening. And today he's in critical condition, which normally indicates something is life-threatening. So as of right now, Pope Francis is in critical condition. Something else that just popped up while we're waiting for President Trump to come on out. Let me see if I can put this up and watch the stage. He's busy. Maybe he's backstage doing this, but breaking. And this happened at 1:55. 1,000 National Institute of Health employees have just been fired. So they just cut 1,000 NIH employees to go along with everything else that's happening, as they're just slicing and dicing so many different divisions, people, agencies, everything. Just that. Done, gone, go away. There was something else I had seen. Yeah, I was looking for that information on that shooter. I don't see that at all anywhere, but I do see that. Yeah, they fired a whole bunch more people. Whew, crazy, pretty crazy. So I was listening, watching some of what you guys were saying. It was kind of interesting in the fact of some people not liking the idea that she's with the UN and the UN should go away. In time. Okay, SB just sent it to me. Let me see what this is. Where is this? All right, breaking news. Shooter has been neutralized at the UMPC Memorial Hospital in York County, Pennsylvania. The shooter's 38 years old. His name is John Davy Ramsey. There are multiple victims. The hospital is still on lockdown. Media is on the scene. Governor is on the way. How is it that, for some of this stuff, they're able to give you the guy's age, name, everything within like minutes? Oh, yeah. It's a white dude, John David Ramsey's 38 years old. He was a shooter. But when something else happens, it's like, hey, we're not going to let you know right now. It's under investigation. We can't tell you everything. But this, bam, right out there, almost immediatly. Yeah, there's something suspect with that, don't you think? You kind of agree. Absolutely crazy. Well, hope everyone is okay, even the victims that got shot, because it's pretty crazy when something like that happens. I think you better watch. I've been telling you, be careful. Be very careful. Things are about to go absolutely nuts out there. Mike Lee, Senator Mike Lee, has said, I pray for Pope Francis' full and speedy recovery, with him being in critical condition. So that's going to be interesting. It says that, SB says the guy was upset that shot up the hospital, that he was upset that a relative died in hospice. Emotions. What was his complaint? His complaint was, a relative died. Now, I understand there's a whole bunch of trolls in here today, so, I can't stop it. As soon as we whack-a-mole and chop one person's head off, somebody else pops up as well. The whole Israel-Gaza thing has got people all kinds of freaked out, and there's so many people, if you mention the word Israel, and if you mention United States supporting Israel, a lot of people freak out. You know what? How about you just keep your feelings to yourself if you don't like it? That way you don't have to worry about it. Who is this? It looks like maybe they're going to sing National Anthem or something. I'm not sure who this is. Let's find out who she is.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. America, you all know this. land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America. God bless America, my home, sweet home, America, America. God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. To see America is the greatest country. America, God shed His grace on Oh, God bless America.
Wow. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cpac Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp and Cpac Chairman Matt Schlapp.
From what I understand, Chris is going to come out, the opera singer. I think he's going to sing a couple songs as well.
Somebody's clapping. That's nice. That's better. Mike Lindell's clapping.
There we go. Sarah Carter.
Sarah's clapping.
The
Julie's clapping.
Levins. There you go.
All right. This one's from the heart, men and women of Cpac, and freedom lovers from around the world who are tuning in to this, what the national news media is calling the conservative United Nations. So how appropriate to have our next ambassador to the United Nations here with us today. 10 years ago, I had this amazing opportunity to go to Trump Tower and meet with someone who was a hero of mine, Donald Trump, in his big, beautiful office at the top of that big, beautiful tower. He did something unusual. He asked a lot of questions. And I thought, he can't run for president. He's too inquisitive and intellectual. And after that, I remember being on MSNBC and being asked why Donald Trump would run with all of the slurs that then was put before me on television. And I remember in my brain thinking, this is the moment. You're either going to start off by criticizing him, or you're going to defend him. And then this wonderful path started of standing up for this outsider and telling establishment Republicans and establishment conservatives that the old way was broken and it wasn't working. And the men and women of Cpac and the students of Cpac welcomed Donald Trump. We've welcomed him 15 times to this stage, more than any other person. We've stood on this stage and had the audacity to say that globalism would die. And lo and behold, I think it just did. And when Donald Trump decided to run for president again, we never listened to the siren songs when people told us it was time to listen to someone new or take a different path. We knew in our hearts, we knew in our souls that there was only one man ordained to do this most impossible of jobs. And that was verified by the tragedy that occurred in Pennsylvania, when Donald Trump got off the ground, stood up, showed us his measure of courage, and told the world that he would fight. For mercy and honor, for mercy and me, this is a great honor. We've been doing this for literally half our marriage. It's been the greatest professional and personal privilege of our lives to be a part of the resurgence of America and the defense of freedom. And this year, we're so proud to say that because of all of your hard work, America is back on track. And at Cpac 2025, it is our honor to present to you your president and freedom's leader, President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, I can't play that song. That song I just can't play. They won't let you. Sorry, nothing I can do with it. The other song, if Chris comes out, Chris Macchio comes out and he sings the opera song, then I'm going to let that play. Don't want to get into all the different licensing arrangements and everything, but there's a different kind of licensing arrangement for a live performance versus a recorded performance, and all kinds of different things. And of course, I'm sure it won't be a live performance of YMCA, so that's a recorded performance as well, and I can't play that one. So if Chris comes out and sings the opera, we'll let it go. But these recorded performances, the people upstairs don't like it, and I know you're going to say, there are some other people who cover this and let it play. That's up to them, all right? That's a business decision that they decide to make. Here, people have watched my videos know I cannot cover this song. I've contacted Lee Greenwood's company in the past, and I can do it for other videos, but not live. It's just a mess. It's just how ASCAP works and how ASCAP works with YouTube. And it's not a financial thing. If there was a license I could buy, I would absolutely buy it. But I can't. It is what it is. So President Trump has chosen that song as his walkout song. You guys who have watched my campaign videos and live broadcast of that, you know it as well. So I'm sorry. I can't. Oh, I'm not sorry anymore. It's just what it is. It's business. This is the business we've chosen, as the words of Hiram Roth from The Godfather. It is what it is. In any event, he's going to be talking in about probably 30 or 40 seconds. So I think we're okay. We're going to hear every single word the President of the United States says. I just can't play this song. That being said, I hope you guys are enjoying this. A little housekeeping. We're going to give away some hoodies after this. So stick around. And it looks as though the music has concluded.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And a very special hello to Cpac. It's been a long time. We've loved being back, and it's hotter than ever. This place is packed. You got to see outside. They don't know what's happening. They have no idea what's happening. And a friend is here from Argentina, and a friend is here from Poland. Stand up. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the nation's capital, where our movement is thriving, fighting, winning, and dominating Washington like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before. They used to have little smaller crowds here. There's a little bigger. The fraudsters, liars, cheaters, globalists, and deep state bureaucrats are being sent packing. The illegal alien criminals are being sent home. We're draining the swamp and we're restoring government by the people, for the people. For years, Washington was controlled by a sinister group of radical left Marxists, warmongers, and corrupt special interests who drained our wealth, attacked our liberties, obliterated our borders, and sucked our country dry. Not any longer. But on November 5th, we stood up to all the corrupt forces that were destroying America. We took away their power. We took away their confidence. They lost their confidence. You know, did you ever watch? They lost their confidence. Oh, it's so nice to watch. And we took back our country. And we must be doing something right because we've got the highest poll numbers that I've ever had and that any Republican president has ever had. And our approval rating is now the highest ever across all demographics. Rasmussen just came out at 56%, Insider Advantage 56%, RMG Research 57%. And we have many polls in the mid-60s, one at 71%. We like that, 71. And according to YouGov, a big deal, 70% of Americans believe that what we are doing is right, and we are keeping our promises. That's all we're doing, when you think, is keeping our promises. That's all we had to do. And their promises weren't worthwhile to go and vote for. They loved men playing in women's sports, open borders, little things like that. But don't tell them. Don't tell them. Keep it quiet. We'll tell them about a week before the next election. Now keep it quiet. Let them think it's a great thing what they're doing. You saw Maine yesterday, right? The governor of Maine. She's fighting to keep men in women's sports. You ever see what happens to a woman when a woman boxes a man who transitioned to womanhood? Did you ever see what happens? It's not pretty. It's not pretty. Let her do that fight. Let them all do that fight. Because I think that's about a 90-10 issue, and I can't figure out who the 10% are. Nobody can. So today I want to say thank you to all of the incredible patriots of Cpac and all of the incredible patriots in our country. 77 million, and it's actually much more than that because despite that, they cheated like hell. It was just too big to rig. It was too big to rig. 77 million. Remember, you used to go, I said, look, we're leading in the polls by a lot. Don't believe the polls. Just go and vote. You got to vote. We got to make it too big to rig. And they tried. But it was too big to rig. One of the great statements. We love it. Because everybody went and voted. We fought through hell together. But in the end, we achieved the great liberation of America. We're liberating our country right now. We're doing all these things that you're reading about. We're liberating our country. I first spoke to this gathering 14 years ago. And I won your straw poll. I didn't know anything about a straw poll. They took this big straw poll, and I won by like 27 points. And I figured, you know, that's good. Maybe I should keep doing it. And I did. And I became president. Isn't that great? Who would think? Who would think? But he became president, too. He's a MAGA guy, too. Make Argentina great again, right? Make Argentina great again. I kept hearing about this man. I kept hearing about this man in beautiful Argentina, and it is beautiful, but boy, did it have inflation. Inflation made it less beautiful. I hear you're doing fantastically. We're very proud of you, actually. And make Argentina great. Thank you very much. Great honor to have you. But now it's my honor to address you for the first time as your 47th President of the United States. Great honor. I want to begin by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for the incredible job they do, and everyone they put together. They put together an amazing team. The American Conservative Union for organizing this event. You have some big players here. Senator Ted Cruz, Eric Schmidt, Jim Banks of Indiana. Where's Eric? Where is Eric? Is it? Hello, Eric. You can see Eric anywhere. If he's right in the back of the room, he stands up. They're all good. These are great people. Representatives Riley Moore, James Comer, Harriet Hagerman, Byron Donalds. Our great Attorney General, she's going to be great, Pam Bondi. Where's Pam? I don't know where she is. So many people. So many people. Secretary Doug Burgum. Secretary Chris Wright. Oh, he's going to get that energy out of the ground. Secretary Scott Turner. Our next ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik, who just gave a great speech, by the way. A very good friend of mine. Is this guy central casting, though? Tom Homan. Is he central casting? Where is it? Hello, Tom. Are you? Well, I love that. How could I love a guy like that? But I do. He's doing a great job. Thank you, Tom, very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. And Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday. I love that name. We're also honored to be joined by President Duda of Poland, who's a fantastic man and a great friend of mine. And we got 84% of the Polish people that voted for her, so you must be doing something right, huh? Hanging out with Trump. And again, President Milei of Argentina, thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great guy. And the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico. Robert, thank you, Robert. Thank you. Nice to see you. The leader of the UK Reform Party, who, by the way, did really well in that last election. I've been his friend for a long time, and I wasn't sure, am I supposed to be his friend or not? But it never mattered to me if he did well or not. I always liked him, but it's easier to like him when he got the kind of votes he got. He really took it by storm, and they say he's going to do even better this time. Nigel Farage. Where is Nigel? Thank you, Nigel. Thank you. What a great guy. The leader of Spain's Vox Party, Santiago Obiscal. Thank you, Santiago. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought that was you. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. And a friend of mine, Eduardo Bolsonaro of Brazil, the Chamber of Deputies. Thank you. Thank you. Say hello to your father. Thank you very much. Great family. Great gentleman and your great family. And our great First Lady, Melania, is watching us right now on television. So give her a hand. Give her a hand. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, she's going to be happy. That's so nice. We love our First Lady. Everybody does. With the help of so many incredible supporters here today, we're going to forge a new and lasting political majority that will drive American politics for generations to come. I think we're going to do fantastically well in the midterms. You know, in theory, the one that wins the presidency does not do well in the midterms, but I think this is going to be a change. We're at a level, I don't think we've been at this level maybe ever as the Republican Party. We're a bigger, better, stronger party than ever before. More people in our party than ever before. But the people have given us a resounding mandate for dramatic change in Washington, and we are going to deliver it. We're going to use it, and we're going to make America great again by using it. So it's going to be something. But think of it, at the presidential level, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We swept all 7 swing states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, all by great margins. We won 85% of all of the counties in America. That means that map was red. Did you ever see the map? Did you see the certified map? Where is it? I want to see a certified map. It's all red. You can hardly find the blue. Think of this. They won 525 counties, and we won 2,600 counties. It's the biggest margin ever recorded. And incredibly, for the first time ever, all 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party. It's never happened before. So it was indeed too big to rig. We won the largest number of African-American votes in Republican history, by far. We won the largest number of Hispanic-American votes, any Republican ever. Hispanic Americans, we love you. The energy, the brilliance of Hispanic Americans. We won all of the cities and towns along the Texas border, whereas before I ran, we won none. We never used to win any. I got a call from our great governor of Texas who said, President, you just won every single town along the Texas border to Mexico. I said, oh, is that good? He said, it hasn't happened since Reconstruction. I said, define Reconstruction for me. He said, that means essentially the Civil War. That's a long time. But that was when I first heard about it, actually. Our party has become the proud voice of hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I think one of the main reasons, not that we're conservative or not that we're anything else, we are the party of common sense. It's about common sense, right? It's all about common sense. Over the past month, we've confirmed an all-star team of warriors, patriots, visionaries, and put the America First agenda into action. I see Doug Burgum sitting right over there. He was so good. I looked at him. I said, I got to have him here. I got to have him. He was a great governor. He's involved with a little thing called energy. He's got the Department of Interior, and Chris Wright has the Department of Energy. So Chris has no energy, and Doug has all of the energy. Chris has more interior, but he doesn't have. So I merged them. So now you have an energy guy, and you have the guy with all the energy, and you're going to drill, baby, drill, aren't you, huh? Drill, baby, drill. And Catherine, stand up. His wife is incredible. She is such an incredible woman. Incredible woman. You got very lucky, Doug. It's good to be successful, isn't it, Doug? She's an incredible woman. He's an incredible guy. In addition to the great cabinet secretaries we have here today, we confirm Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to end the woke insanity and rebuild our military. Pete is fantastic. Thank you. To stop the weaponization of federal law enforcement, I know about that, I think, better than any human being on earth. This week, we swore in a new director of the FBI, somebody that everybody wanted, Kash Patel. Kash is great. He's a popular guy. He went through with the blessing of a lot of good people, too. I'll tell you, it was great. To end the politicalization of our intelligence agencies. We confirmed Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who is something very respected, highly respected. And to make America healthy again, we confirmed Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Great guy. We need him. We need him. You know, there's a number on autism as an example with children, autism. And you go back 15 years, it was from 10 to 20,000. You had like 1 in 10 to 20,000. Some say 10, some say 20, but it was in that vicinity. That's a big vicinity. Now it's 1 in 36 babies have autism. 1 in 36. Think it was 1 in probably 20,000 people. Now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. Something's wrong, and Bobby is going to find it. Working with Dr. Oz, by the way. Working with Dr. Oz. Together, we've achieved more in 4 weeks than most administrations achieve in 4 years. We made a lot of progress. I heard O'Reilly last night say Donald Trump, for the first 4 weeks, is the greatest president ever in the history of our country. That was O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly is all right. You know who he said second was? George Washington. That's not bad. I beat George Washington. I love beating George Washington. Thank you, Bill. On our first day in office, we declared a national emergency at our southern border. After years of politicians using our military to defend foreign borders while leaving our country defenseless and helpless, we deployed a group of people, active duty troops, to defend our border and repel the invasion of our country. This was an invasion. You know, we had a great first term, a really great first term, and I called it an invasion. And we had great numbers, but now we have the best numbers we've ever had. We've never had numbers like this. We've done it all in 4 weeks. Think of it. That was Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, the whole group. On day one, I ended the catch and release. I reinstated remain in Mexico, and I signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. Because it wasn't meant for these children. It wasn't meant for people that escaped or invaded, came into our country illegally. It was meant for the children of slaves. Because when it was done, many, many years ago, it was during a very tough period in this country's history, and that was meant for the children of slaves. I wish people would understand that so they could get this thing approved and we don't have millions and millions of people coming into our country and they shouldn't be here. This week, I also canceled temporary protected status for migrants from Haiti. They're pouring into our country. Pouring in. If I weren't elected president, there'd be nobody in Haiti anymore. They were pouring in at levels from other countries too, all over Africa, the Congo, all over South America. And they were coming in from prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, jails, and gang members. And you'd have to see gang members, drug lords, people that are drug addicted. They were sending them all into our ridiculous and very stupid Biden open border. Our border czar was Kamala. Haven't said that name in a while. I haven't said that name. No, I haven't said that name in a while. Kamala. I'll bet nobody knows her last name. Nobody ever knows her last name. Even during the campaign, you'd have to say Kamala. It's strange, you know, a little different name. Kamala, because her last name was Harris. I used to say Senator Harris. Nobody knew who the hell I was talking about. So I had to go Kamala. But think of it, I was beating Joe badly, really badly, and they changed him. I'm the only one that ever had to beat two people. I had to beat two. How to beat two. We beat two. I didn't beat. You beat. You beat two people. No, he was doing bad. That's like the great Dana White. He has a fight, and one guy's doing really badly, so when they take him out, they put another guy in the fight, the same guy I had that. Never happened before. A lot of things we do never happened before. Do you ever notice that? We're the first in everything. So we beat two candidates. They said, who do you run against? Well, we ran against Biden and we ran against Kamala Harris. But illegal border crossings now have plummeted by almost 100%. The border czar never called the border, never called the great people of the border. They have unbelievable. I called them so much they couldn't take my calls. They hated me. But then they became to love me. You know why? Because the border people want to have great borders. But you have to call them on occasion. How are we doing today? Pete, how are we doing? You have to call. And we called the right guys. I became friends. You know, the Border Patrol endorsed me. And these people, you have no idea. They weren't supposed to, because you're not supposed to do that. I don't think you're allowed to do it. Actually, they did it anyway. They said, this is crazy. But these are great people, and ICE, and our general law enforcement, and by the way, our great, great firemen and firewomen, too. They were great. They all endorsed us. With the police, we got high 90s in terms of, and many of them were unionized, you know. We have a young lady who's right now going for the Department of Labor, and she tends to be a little bit on the slightly left of center. And everybody said, why did I do that? I said, you know why I did that? Because unions like her and labor likes her and a lot of people like her, and she's very solid, very strong, and she's going to do the right thing. But they all voted for us. They didn't vote for me, they voted for us. We got the Teamsters, we got the firefighters, we got the police, we got the auto workers. We're so great. We had tremendous support, so I think it's nice to give them a person in the center, because that's what she's going to be very good, I think. But a lot of people said, why'd you do that? I said, because I want to do something nice for these people that voted for me. Oh, gee, what a great political move that was. Now they're all saying, what a great political move. No, it's all common sense. Remember that. Remember that. Sean O'Brien was fantastic. The whole group, they were great. Over the past few weeks, we've begun the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a very moderate man, but he was very strong on that. He didn't like people running into our country and taking over our country. I'll tell you, I had 4 years. I don't know if you had this. I couldn't stand it. Don't get angry. Donald, don't get angry, please. I couldn't stand it. Watching these people come in from jails and mental institutions and the worst criminals in the street, gang members being dropped off in buses and bussed into our country. I couldn't stand it. So I said, I'm going to run for president again. And now we don't have that problem. Now we don't have that problem anymore. We don't have that problem anymore. We now have the best border we've ever had. And by the way, if they can ever find my world's favorite chart ever in history, I'll show you what it was when I left. And now it's even slightly better. Can you drop that chart, do you think? I don't know. I never tell them about this, but they used to drop it like magic. If they can, they'll drop it. Who the hell knows? But it's my favorite chart. My favorite chart in history. We're liberating communities like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, that have been occupied by illegal alien criminals from all over the world. We're rescuing the Americans whose jobs have been stolen, whose wages have been robbed, and whose way of life has been absolutely destroyed. And under the Trump administration, our country will not be turned into a dumping ground. We're not going to do it. We're going to have a great country again. It's going to happen soon, a lot sooner than you think, and we're going to have so much money coming in from tariffs. Oh, you're going to say, your senators and your congressmen are going to say, please, sir, please, You're making us look so bad. We have so much money coming in. I didn't know this was going to happen. Please don't do this to us. We look very bad. But they're great. They're doing well. The Republican senators they're sticking together. The Republican congressmen and women are sticking together. Now, every once in a while, you have one that wants a little action or something. I don't know what it is. It's so sad to see. I just hate to see it. I hate to see it, but they're sticking together. One thing about the Democrats, they have rotten, horrible policy, the worst policy in history, but they stick together. We have great policy, but sometimes they don't stick, but they've been sticking for us. They've been sticking. And I think the speaker and the leader have done a fantastic job. That's Thune and Johnson, and I think they've done, two guys really working hard and they're really doing a great job. But we have a lot to stick with. We have a lot to stick together for, because what we've done has never been done before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this, and nobody's ever seen 4 weeks like we've had, especially the 4 weeks, the first 4 weeks. You know, that's like if you golf, when you sink that first 4-footer in the first hole, it gives you confidence. On the next hole, you sink another one. Now you go into that third hole and you can't, and by the time you get to the fifth hole, you feel you can't miss, right? Like a baseball player, he gets up and he hits our first one, and then the second at bat, he hits that one. And, you know, and we have great confidence. And they've lost their confidence, as I said. They really lost their confidence. I watched them. They're really screwed up. I watched this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. They're stone cold mean, but they're stuttering. They're all screwed up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes. I don't even talk about CNN. CNN's sort of like, I don't know. They're pathetic, actually. But MSNBC was mean. Their ratings are absolutely down. This Rachel Maddow, what does she have? She's got nothing. Nothing. She took a sabbatical where she worked 1 day a week. They paid her a lot of money. She gets no ratings. I should go against her in the ratings, because I'll tell you, she gets no ratings. All she does is to talk about Trump, 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 Trump. All different subjects, Trump this, Trump that. But these people are really, I mean, they lie. They shouldn't be allowed to lie every night. They are really a vehicle of the Democrat Party. They should be paying. Is that Gordon? Yes, is that Gordon? The great Gordon Chang? Is that Gordon? Stand up, Gordon. Wow. We have everybody here today. Thank you very much. How am I doing on China? Am I doing good? Am I doing good on China? Tell you one thing, nobody's ever done like I've done on China. Nobody ever let people know what was happening with respect to China. And I happen to like President Xi, and I have tremendous respect for the people of China, love the people of China. But we've been treated very unfairly by China and many other countries. And we're not being unfairly treated anymore. We had that down to a science in the first term, and then they lost it. You know, we lost over $1 trillion to China this last year under Biden, crooked Joe Biden. What do we like better, crooked Joe or sleepy Joe? Ready? Ready? Crooked Joe or sleepy? Ready? Crooked Joe. Sleepy Joe. Got to stay with crooked. He had one ability that I didn't have. He could do something that I couldn't do. I don't say that because he was a horrible golfer. Remember, he challenged me during the debate to a golf match? He said, I'm a 6 handicap. I said, you're not a 36 handicap. He said he's a 6. And then he said, well, I'm 8. Remember? I said, that was quick. Picked up 2 strokes. He said, no, I'm an 8. But he's not a 36 handicap. But he had one ability that was amazing. He could go with cameras on him, television, fake news on him, probably because he knows they wouldn't cover it badly. You know, they covered him as well as you can cover him. How the hell can you cover the guy? Well, but he had this incredible ability. He could barely walk in the sand. Somebody thought he looked great in a bathing suit. And he'd walk in the sand pulling a thing that weighed about 6 ounces. You know those aluminum? See, aluminum's very good. It's meant for children and very old people to lift, right? So he would put it down, and he'd put it down, and he'd fall into it, and he'd immediately fall asleep in front of the media. I could never do that. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I could never do it. No, he was Sleepy Joe, but he was crooked as hell. You know, there's no question. He was a sleepy, crooked guy. Terrible, terrible president. He was the worst president in the history of our country. I don't care, I'll say it. Jimmy Carter passed away recently, and he passed away a happy man. He was a happy man when he passed away, because he said that it's not even close. Joe was the worst, and believe me, I have to clean up the mess. I'm cleaning up the mess, and it is a mess on the border with inflation. To go over every single thing he touched turned to shit, okay? Everything. It's true. It's true. No, it's true. Now Franklin Graham's angry at me. You know that. Franklin wrote me a letter. He said, I love your speeches. I love them so much. But they'd be better if you would never use foul language. And I told him, I said, Franklin, you know, Franklin Graham's a great guy, by the way, does a great job. The son of the great Billy Graham, right? But I said to Franklin, you know, sometimes you need it for emphasis. And he said, no, they'd be even better if you wouldn't use any bad language. That's not really a terrible word, you know. But that's a much more appropriate word, a better. What word would I use to describe? What word could I use? It's, and we have to be truthful too, so you know. All countries are now taking their illegal aliens back, even those that stated strongly, we will never take them back. Don't ever send them to us. But they said that during the Biden administration. They never said it during my administration. Venezuela's taking them back. They're all, Colombia's taking them back. Remember, Colombia said, we will not take them back, he said. And within about 13 minutes, I think, we would love to take them back. In fact, we will send our planes to pick them up. Remember? And they said, what happened? What happened? And you see these Venezuelan planes loaded up with some real nice people. You wouldn't have wanted to be the pilot on any of those planes. But they know we're not playing games. And just this week, I officially designated bloodthirsty cartels and murderous gangs as foreign terrorist organizations, something which Biden didn't want to do and nobody wanted to do. It's true. The full might and power of the federal government will now be dedicated to eradicating MS-13, Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan prison gangs. These are very nice fellows. The only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like nice people. It's true. Remember when they used to say, people that come in from foreign countries are nice people. These are wonderful people. These are good people. They're not murderers. They're not terrible. These people make us look like babies, okay? You know the Hells Angels? They're among the nicest people on earth when you compare them to these thugs. And the Hells Angels actually love our country, if you can believe that. They actually do. But their members and their leaders in the United States will be hunted down. I'm talking about MS-13. They're hunting them down. We removed tens of thousands, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, rooted out, arrested, and expelled from our soil like the savage monsters that they are. We don't have anybody coming up from Argentina. Nobody's coming up from Argentina to facilitate the mass removal of criminal aliens. I also issued an executive order to make available the full capacity and detention. We're going to use Guantanamo Bay. We have a detention facility that's actually massive. Nobody even knew it existed. Holds thousands of prisoners. We never used it. For 4 long years, you had a president who put illegal aliens up in penthouse suites in beautiful hotels on Park Avenue, on Madison Avenue, or on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. Now you have a president who is stamping their ticket to Gitmo. on a one-way trip back to the places from which they came, wonderful places. Big difference. My administration is also moving swiftly to save the U.S. economy from the train wreck of inflation and worse that Joe Biden created. I withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. I terminated the Green New Scam. One of the greatest hoaxes ever played on this country is the Green New Scam. We spent trillions of dollars on this nonsense, and just a total hoax. It really set back our country, I want to tell you, monetarily and every other way. And I canceled Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, where everybody has to have an electric car. And if you want an electric car, get an electric car. If you want a gasoline-powered car, if you want to have a hybrid, you get it. The only thing you can't do is a hydrogen-powered car. You know why? They said it really works great, but when it doesn't work, you never find the body. That's a bad sign. You know, when it doesn't work, they found the body on a tree about 250 yards up the road. It's seriously bad. So we'll leave hydrogen out of it for a little while, I think, or maybe permanently. I'd say permanently. To crush inflation by slashing spending, I imposed an immediate federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, and a foreign aid freeze. We're given to countries that hate us. We're giving billions and billions of dollars to countries that hate us. And I signed an order creating the Department of Government Efficiency. You probably haven't heard of it, which is now waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And Elon is doing a great job. He's doing a great job. We love Elon, don't we? Is that guy? He's a character. With his son X, we love X. He's the only one can get away. His son's really named X. He's the only one can get away with naming his son X. If we ever did it, they'd say, "You're crazy." But he's great. He's doing a great job, and he doesn't need this either. He doesn't need it, but he wants to see. You know, he's a patriot. People said, "Well, what official position does he have?" I said, "Patriot." Oh, they didn't know. They said that was good. He's a patriot. Here are some of the flagrant scams that, as an example, they've spent money on, and we've been able to recapture for a large dose of it at least. $520 million for a consultant to, think of it, $520 million. $520 million. You know, when I hire consultants and they just take advantage of me, it's a horrible thing to watch. And I give them $25,000. I feel I'm overpaying. These guys got $520 million. Environmental, social, governance, and investments in Africa. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and socially responsible behavior in Colombia. This is Colombia, South America, not Columbia University. Of course, that might be worse, actually, based on their actions. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows where. Who are they? Where do they come from? Just sedentary migrants. Nobody even knows what a sedentary migrant is. If they were sedentary, they wouldn't be a migrant, right? They wouldn't move. No, they wouldn't move. They'd stay in the same place. Right, Doug? $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcisions. Why are we going to Mozambique to do circumcisions? It's a lot of money. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. Here's a beauty. $486 million to a consortium of elections and political process strengthening ideas, of which $22 million goes to inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova. $29 million goes to strengthen the political landscape and help them out so that they can vote for a radical left communist in Bangladesh. You had to see who they supported. You wouldn't believe, yeah, you would believe it. Nobody in this room would be in that group. $20 million for fiscal federalism and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. $18 million for helping India with its elections. Why the hell? Why don't we just go to all paper ballots? Let them help us with their elections, right? Voter ID. Wouldn't that be nice? We're giving money to India for elections. They don't need money. They take advantage of us pretty good. One of the highest tariff nations in the world. We try and sell something, they have a 200% tariff, and then we're giving them a lot of money to help them with their election. $32 million for the Prague Civil Society Center. $14 million for social cohesion in Liberia. $9.7 million to develop a cohort Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. Think of that. Millions of dollars for sex change operations in Guatemala. $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. They put on a little play on the street. $20 million. You could do it on Broadway and have $19 million left over. No, it's a scam. They get kickbacks and all sorts of things. It's a scam. Who ever heard of it? Think of it, $20 million Sesame Street, a play. We're also uncovering outrageous incompetence and fraud in the Social Security. We have, look, let's assume that people, generally speaking, in our case, and everybody in this room, we're going to all live way over 100, but this is a little ridiculous because not too many people are going over 100. Everybody, hopefully, in this room will. But there are in the Social Security ranks and files. And what we're doing now is finding out, do they get paid? Do they get paid? In other words, is somebody taking all of this money? So they have over 100 to 109, 4.7 million Social Security numbers. Think of that, from people whose age is over 100. 3.6 million people whose age is over 110 years. 3.47 million people who are over 120 years of age. 3.9 million people whose age goes from 130 to 139 years of age. 3.5 million whose age goes from 140 to 149 years old. 1.3, see, it's coming down now slowly. No, it's all a scam. The whole thing is a scam. 1.3 million people, 1.3 who are over 150 years of age. And over 130,000 people are listed on our Social Security rolls as over 160 years of age. Now, the final is at 1,039, so now we're down into reasonable numbers. 1,039 people are listed between the ages of 220 years old to 229. And we have one person who's listed at 241 years of age. And we have one person listed at 360 years of age, an all-time record, and our country's 250 years old. So that person's substantially older than our country. Under our administration, there will be no tolerance for Social Security fraud. We will not allow anyone to cheat our seniors, and those who will do that will be prosecuted by Pam, Bondi, and others. We are also going to Fort Knox. I'm going to go with Elon. And would anybody like to join us? Because we want to see if the gold is still there. We want to see. Wouldn't that be terrible? We open up this Fort Knox. It's just solid granite that's 5 feet thick. The front door, you need 6 musclemen to open it up. I don't even think they have windows. Wouldn't that be terrible if we opened it up and there was no gold there? So we're going to open those doors. We're going to take a look. And if there's 27 tons of gold, we'll be very happy. I don't know how the hell we're going to measure it, but that's okay. We want to see lots of nice, beautiful, shiny gold in Fort Knox. Don't be totally surprised. We open the door. We'll say, there's nothing here. They stole this too. Now, we have a very corrupt group of people in this country, and we're finding them out. We're removing all of the unnecessary, incompetent, and corrupt bureaucrats from the federal workforce. That's what we're doing. And under the buyouts, we offered federal employees more than 75,000 federal bureaucrats. Think of that. Have voluntarily agreed to surrender their taxpayer-funded jobs. We want to make government smaller, more efficient. We want to keep the best people, and we're not going to keep the worst people. And, you know, we're doing another thing. If they don't report for work, we're firing them. In other words, you have to go to office. Right? Right? Look at her. If you don't report to work, you know, that's another scam. You know, who the hell, if I'm staying home, I'm going to, let's see, my golf handicap would get down to very low number. You'd be shocked if I told you the real number. But I would be so good, I'd try and get on tour. I would be so good. I'd call up, I'd say, listen, I'm really working here. Where are my clubs? Where are my clubs? Either that or, in many cases, they have second jobs while they're getting paid by us. So one of the reasons they're leaving is because they don't want to have to show that. And we're demanding to see that information. How many jobs have you had? Who paid you while you were working for the government? And we are demanding that people, if they work for the government, they have to show up and sit in an office and do their job, right? And we've also effectively ended the left-wing scam known as USAID, the agency's name. Has been removed from its former building, and that space will now house agents from Customs and Border Patrol. Beautiful. And at the ultra-left CFPB, which was terrible. So many people have been hurt by that. I used to get calls from lending officers, from owners of small banks, and they were almost crying. What they did to those people, they destroyed them, put them out of business. It was established by Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. Does anyone know? Remember the Pocahontas scam? I'm an Indian, therefore I'm entitled to be a senator. I'm an Indian, she said. Could we see proof of that, please? She said, well, the only proof I have is my mother said I have high cheekbones. Oh, that's no good, right? Remember she went out? I really spooked her, I tell you. Remember she went out, she couldn't take it anymore. I was calling her Pocahontas, Pocahontas. Everyone knew she was not an Indian. I had more Indian blood than her, and I have no Indian blood. I'd be honored to, but I don't have any, but I had more than her. Do you remember she went out and she had a blood test? And it came back and she was so happy because it said 1,024th. That means everybody in this room had more than her. But because there was even a scant, in other words, 1 million years ago, something could have happened. And she was so happy that she released it and she got killed. That was the end of her presidential career. She does not like me very much. But she's a very angry person. You notice the way she is? She's always screaming and she's crazy. These people are crazy. The radical left is meaner. Yes. I don't know what it is, Doug. They're meaner than us, aren't they? We're like normal people. We're smart. We get our word, but we don't go crazy. Of course, they'll take my little rant from 15 minutes ago, the fake news. He lost control on the stage. He lost control. And they'll have me screaming, having to do with Franklin, poor Franklin. He lost control of the stage. Oh, these people are bad. They are really sick, too. I don't get it. You'd think they'd want to love our country. They have no ratings anymore. Nobody listens to them. Nobody believes the fake New York Times. Washington Post is doing no business. They're losing all their business. Nobody believes them. But we've escorted the radical left bureaucrats out of the building and locked the doors behind them. We've gotten rid of thousands. I withdrew the United States from the corrupt World Health Organization. I withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council. The council is horrible, and I withdrew from the terror-supporting UN Relief and Works Agency. The UN has such great potential, but not the way it's run now. It's terrible the way it's run now. We stopped all taxpayer money to these corrupt institutions. And by the way, just so, because who the hell knows, we got to talk about something very important. The war between Russia and Ukraine. People are being killed, mostly young men, mostly Russian and Ukrainian men, at levels you've never seen before, thousands of people a week. And I've spoken to President Putin, and I think that thing is going to end, but it's got to end. It's a horrible, horrible thing to watch. I'm dealing with President Zelensky. I'm dealing with President Putin. I'm trying to get the money back that, or secured, because, you know, Europe has given $100 billion. The United States has given $350 billion because we had a stupid, incompetent president and administration. 350. But here's worse. Europe gave it in the form of a loan. They get their money back. We gave it in the form of nothing. So I want them to give us something for all of the money that we put up. And I'm going to try and get the war settled, and I'm going to try and get all that death ended. So we're asking for rare earth and oil, anything we can get. But we feel so stupid. Here's Europe. And, you know, it affects Europe. It doesn't really affect us, except we don't like to see two things. Number one, how Biden got us into this thing in the first place. Terrible. But why is it that he didn't ask for equalization? Europe should put up more money than us. But even if you said the same thing, how come we went so far out front? And he didn't know that Europe gets his money back. They did it in the form of a loan. We don't get our money back. We get nothing. So we're getting our money back. We're going to get our money back because it's not fair. It's just not fair. And we will see. But I think we're pretty close to a deal, and we better be close to a deal. Because that has been a horrible situation. It would have never happened if I were president. And by the way, October 7th, Israel would have never happened if I was president, too. It would have never happened. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money to give. Everybody knows that. Jewish people in the audience know that. Iran was broke. They were not giving money around. And when I got out, they took all the sanctions off Biden. And Iran became rich very quickly. With oil, you can become rich very, very quickly. And the rest is history. What a horrible thing. Even though the hostages are coming back, I saw it this morning where we got 6 more back. Biden got none back, by the way, just so you understand. None. 0. He would have never gotten any of them back. But they're coming back in pretty bad shape. It's a horrible thing, and many are dead. Many are dead. So we'll see how that all ends up, but it's a horrible thing. But I just want you to know we're working on that. That's a very big part of it. And I don't like talking about it because we're in the middle of negotiations. But it's a very, very sad. It's a very sad. Would have never happened. There was no way. Russia was never going to go in, and they went in because of a lot of reasons. And so many people are dead. Far more people are dead than you're reading about. You know, when they blow up all these cities, all those cities they look like demolition sites. Every single building is down. All of those beautiful golden towers that are 1,000 years old, they're lying on the ground in smithereens, blown to smithereens. There's nothing left of them. They're just lying on the ground, never to be rebuilt again, not possible to rebuild them again. And all of that heritage is gone. People have done a really horrible job. That would have never, if I were president, 0 chance that a shot would even have been fired. It wouldn't have happened. So sad. To further turbocharge our economy, we have launched the most aggressive deregulation program in any nation's history. And we're also going to be seeking the largest tax cuts in American history. Again, we brought them down, as you know, from close to 40% down to 21%. Now we're bringing them down to 15% if you make your product in the United States of America. We're defending the American worker like never before, and that's why the auto workers and the union workers and the Teamsters and so many others, they supported us, the firemen, the policemen. so many others, whether they were union or non-union, they all supported us. They supported, it's called workers, and they supported us at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Weeks ago, I imposed a 10% tariff on all goods coming from China because of the fact that they're sending fentanyl into our country, through Mexico, by the way. I'm not happy with Mexico, or I'm not happy with Canada either. I imposed 25% tariffs on all foreign steel and aluminum, and I will soon impose reciprocal tariffs on any country that charges us. And by the way, the reciprocal means they charge us, we charge them, same thing. So nobody can be upset, right? But we have countries charging us 200%, that we charge them nothing. They charge us, we charge them. Our country's going to become rich again, very rich. I always say it's my favorite word in the dictionary. The word tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary. You know, we were the richest relatively from, think of this, from 1870 to 1913. That was our richest because we collected tariffs from foreign countries that came in and took our jobs and took our money, took our everything. But they charged tariffs, and we had so much money, they set up the 1887 think of that, a long time ago, 1887 Tariff Commission. It was a commission of very important people to determine where we should spend all of the tremendous, vast wealth that we had. We had so much wealth. Wouldn't it be nice today? Of course, now we give it away to transgender this, transgender that. Everybody gets a transgender operation. It's just wonderful. No, we give it away like to crazy things. But in those days, it was different. It was a different world. It was a different country. But we were very rich because of tariffs. And I get myself in trouble because I say that tariff is my favorite word, and the fake news went crazy. What about God? What about wife and family? What about love? I said, okay, tariff is now my fourth favorite word. I got myself into a lot of trouble with that. You can't believe it. I said, tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary, and I got killed by the fake news. So I say now, it doesn't sound good. Tariff, it's my fourth favorite word. I go, tariff is my fourth favorite word. It sounds so terrible, but this way I'm free. I write free, you know. I don't get clobbered by the fake news. But tariffs are also a powerful tool of diplomacy, and all around the world are moving quickly to bring back peace through strength. We have the greatest, you know, I rebuilt our entire military in the first term. We left a lot of it, although a lot of it, but very small relatively, in Afghanistan. The Taliban has it. You know, they have their parade every year where they take our military vehicles and run them up some little street, and like it's their form of a military parade, and it makes me angry when I see that. Angry. When I see that, I get angry. You know, we give them, I don't think anyone knows this, we give Afghanistan about $2 or $2.5 billion a year. Do you know that? For aid. We need aid ourselves. And I'm going to go back, and I told them yesterday, I want to look at it, but if we're going to give them money, it's okay. But I want them to give us back our military equipment that they have. Right? They're selling it. Doug, would you take that, please? All right? Write something up. No, I want them to give back. If we're going to give them that kind of money, let them give back the military equipment, which they have. Where they have tanks and trucks and guns and goggles. They have goggles. They have night goggles, better than we have. Brand new right out of the box. It's unbelievable. So I want to do that, and I want if we're going to pay them, I want to get that equipment back, okay? Doug can do it. He's one of the guys. He's a business guy. To him, he's sitting there saying, how the hell did this ever happen, right? Can you believe it? We give them billions of dollars, and we gave them our military equipment. Just tremendous numbers of billions of dollars worth of military, billions and billions. We have a ceasefire in Gaza, and we're joined today by several survivors of the captivity under Hamas, including Noah Argamani and Ilana Gretovsky. Wow, look at that, how beautiful. What a beautiful group of people. Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you're sitting next to a great guy, Sebastian Gorka, who's also now in the administration. From day one, right, Sebastian? He's been a loyalist from day one. We love Sebastian. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you, everybody. That's very nice. Beautiful. We're going to make it work somehow, you know. We're doing the best we can. We started, it should have never happened. That's the sad part. Would have never happened. If I were president, and I should have been, if I were president, it would have never happened. But it did, so we're doing the best we can with it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also with us are family members of some individuals who are still hostages, and we will not rest until all of the hostages have been returned back home. Some of them are coming home in very bad condition, and some of them are coming home only as bodies. They're dead. We have a lot of them coming home now. They're dead. And these are largely young people. Young people don't die. Young people are young people. They don't die like this, but they're dead. And the parents come to me and they say, please, sir, could you get my son back? How old is he, sir? My son is dead. It's important, just as important as if that son were alive, to get the body back. It's amazing, actually. Amazing. Just as important. Thank you. Thank you. It's amazing, though, the parents. The parents are strong. I mean, look, strong. What does strong mean? Strong is their life is ruined. Really, it's ruined. I see the people. But they come up to me, and it's so important to get the body back. They know. And some are not sure. They're 80% sure he's dead or she's dead. But they have that little glimmer of hope. And I say, let them have that hope, right? Let them have that hope. But getting the body back is just as important as getting the son back healthy or the daughter back healthy. It's amazing to see when I see the level of intensity and love and sorrow and tragedy. As I said in my inaugural address, it's my hope that my greatest legacy will be as a peacemaker, not a conqueror. I don't want to be a conqueror. Under the Trump administration, every day brings more good news for America. I've ended all of the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government and the private sector, and notified every single government DEI officer that their job has been deleted. They're gone. They're fired. You're fired. Get out. You're fired. I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. That was easy. I banned men from competing in women's sports. And I also proudly banned the use of... Yeah, thank you. We banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of your youth. Could you imagine making a speech like this 10 years ago? People would say, what the hell is he talking about, right? This is a sickness that came along with critical race theory and all of that other things that we had to put up with. And it's all out now, critical race theory and transgender insanity. It's all gone from our schools and from our military. And I believe it's gone, too. I think we've turned the heads of even the people that, if you can believe they're believers, I don't know if they were, but I believe that it's all gone. And I've directed the reinstatement of any service member who was expelled from the armed forces due to the COVID vaccine mandate. They will be returned to their former rank with full back pay. Full back pay. I banned government censorship from your voices and brought back free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have free speech. We do have it now, actually. Now, this was a very vicious regime, you know. I was put under investigation more so than the late, great Alphonse Capone, one of the great killers of the world. Trump, my father would look down, my mother, how the hell did this happen to my boy? This was his... No, I was under investigation at a far greater level than Al Capone or anybody else, probably in the history of our country. These people are sick. They're sick. They're bad people. I ended Joe Biden's weaponization as soon as I got in. I said, I'm going to hit him with the same stuff. But I ended his whole weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice. I was so happy to do that. They weaponize government. They weaponize government. I pardoned hundreds and hundreds of Biden's political prisoners, including Christians, pro-life activists, and the J6 hostages who were treated terribly for years. We even got rid of people like Pete Buttigieg, who did the worst job of anybody in the history of transportation. What a bunch of losers. I revoked the security clearances of Anthony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, John Brennan, James Clapper, and every non-patriot who lied to cover up Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We took away their security clearances. And they're not allowed to enter any government building either. I also revoked Joe Biden's security clearances, the Biden crime family security clearances, and they'll no longer be allowed to access state secrets while selling themselves all around the world. Oh, well. Now, these were bad people. These were bad people. And I do that because this should never be allowed to happen again. What happened to me in this administration, what happened on J6, what happened on all of the things they did that were so bad, should never, ever be allowed to happen again. And on a friendlier note, I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. And as you know, many years ago, Jimmy Carter gave away the Panama Canal. And Panama started the process of giving the Panama Canal, by the way, the most expensive development ever in the history of our country, relatively. It would have been $1.5 trillion in today's dollars. 38,000 people died from our country building the Panama Canal. They died from mosquitoes and snakes. Think of it. They paid them 5 times their salary. They brought them to Panama, and they had a 25% chance of dying. They dug under nets so the mosquitoes wouldn't get them. But we lost 38,000, mostly men, laborers, construction workers, because it was such a harsh way to live. It was very brutal. They died. 38,000. Again, it was the most expensive thing we ever built, and they gave it away for $1 to Panama. And last year it made $5 billion. Also, that's one of the most successful projects ever built in terms of money, monetarily. And it's the 8th wonder of the world. It connects 2 oceans, with one being 16 feet higher than the other. Think of it, the Pacific and the Atlantic. Think of what that is. You're going through dikes and canals. Amazing what they did. It was really a wonder of the world. We gave it away for nothing. But we didn't give it to China. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama. We're going to take back the Panama Canal. In a matter of weeks, we have restored America's pride, America's confidence, and America's spirit. According to a brand new poll from Rasmussen, the number of Americans who believe we are on the right track now exceeds the number who think we're on the wrong track. This is the first time in 23 years. That's hard to believe. And we had one poll where we're at 81% right track, wrong track. I guess it depends on who, but that one poll, because Rasmussen's been a good poll, first time in over 20 years that we've had a positive number on that. That's great. That's great. November 5th, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. I'm pointing to Mike Lindell. That man suffered. That man suffered. The FBI thugs went up to him and they took away everything he had. He suffered. And Mrs. Lindell. Was a great guy. They went after him. It was just terrible. This was a vicious weaponization of your government. But I'll tell you, he stood up. He's all man. He stood up strong. And nothing was going to faze him. And I want to thank you on behalf of everybody, Mike. You put up with a tremendous amount. And he never changed his mind. He said that election of 2020 was rigged. And he's more of a believer today than he was even 4 years ago. But now it's okay to say it, Mike. Now it's fine. Now, that's why, when it comes to a day where you can't challenge crooked elections, we've got a real problem in this country. And as of January 20th, 2025, the dark days of high taxes, crushing regulations, rampant inflation, flagrant corruption, government weaponization, and total incompetence, those days are over. They're over. But we cannot stop now. We're going to push forward every single day. In the immortal words of that great American hero, Captain John Paul Jones, I have not yet begun to fight. And neither have you. So together for the next 4 years, we are going to stand strong. We are going to work hard. We are going to fight, and win, win, win. Thank you to Cpac. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. God bless America. Thank you very much. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so I thought that Chris was going to be singing an opera song, but I guess not. They're just doing YMCA. Well, that was a different President Trump than we've seen in some time. Obviously spirited, feeling his oats, being quite comedic, happy. Looks like he didn't have any stress. Kind of gives you an inclination of what may be happening with some of these lawsuits and everything else, because this man looked like he doesn't have a care in the world, like he's going to keep doing whatever he's doing and just make the liberals cry. He went after Biden. He went after Kamala. He went after the media. I mean, he left no stone unturned in terms of who he was going after. And once again, this is the third speech this week. We had the FII Saudi Arabia marketing speech. Then we had the governor's speech, and now we've had this one at Cpac. That's the third speech in a row where he went down a litany of the expenses that have been paid out for nonsense, and he just keeps naming them. And I think what's odd about that, or not odd, but that's pretty cool, and I think you guys saw it as well, there were a number of people in our chat who had seemingly never heard those numbers. So it's working. The more and more and more he talks about it, the more and more it gets out there. I actually was reading people in chat here who were saying, what? Yeah. It has to keep getting out there, which means you guys need to keep pushing. Those of you on X and Facebook and everywhere else, keep pushing. Keep getting it out there. There's a reason why he's saying it. There's a reason why he keeps mentioning it. And there was a troll in here talking about, I need to convince you that there's gold in Fort Knox. Well, I've never said it was missing. What I said was, he knows. And the fact of each time in those same 3 speeches this week at FII, well, actually F2, however you want to say it, then at the governor's speech, and then here today, he has mentioned it 3 separate times. I would think he doesn't want to be Geraldo with Al Capone's vault. So there's some idea that he knows something isn't where it should be, because there would be no reason for the President of the United States to be even making mention of Fort Knox. Why would he even talk about it? If he was comfortable, if he knew that everything was on the up and up, why even bring it up? So, no, sorry, Dark Moon, I am not going to convince anybody of anything, because you know why? There's one big reason why I won't tell you, don't worry about it. Because I don't know. I don't know. And if any of you stood post at Fort Knox and have opened and looked in there, and you know, let me know. But all I know is watching our president, hearing what he has to say, hearing how he's describing things over and over and over. I'm just letting you hear what he's saying and going, there's something that he's trying to convey. What is he trying to convey? I can't tell you. But if everything was up and on the up and up, why would he even have to mention it? So no, don't. People like that, and SV banished him, that's who you have to watch out for. You have to continue to watch out for people who pontificate as if they know something. That it's absolutely, this is it, this is why it is, because they don't. There is nobody in the news, or in rather the media. There's hardly any people in podcasters who have the kind of access to definitively say X is X. And they know specifically. I don't know who's on the Epstein list. Anybody who tells you otherwise, they're lying to you. I don't know anybody who's on Diddy's list. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to you. We're all waiting at the same time to see it. Some people have ideas. They've accused this person and that person of being on the list. I don't know. And you guys read that 17th letter, and you know all kinds of things were said about certain people, and it still gets talked about on X all over the place. I don't know. I'm not going to convict her. I mean, who's the one that everyone talks about? Everyone talks about Gates, Bill Clinton, Alan Dershowitz. I don't know. Did he take a ride on a plane? Yeah, I guess he was on some log. Does that mean specifically that he did something with... Nope. Because we don't have proof. So be very careful with that. Because that's where they label you as having misinformation or disinformation if you say XYZ person did this. Well, when we see the videos from Diddy, we might see something. But until then, let's just keep our eyes open and talk about what we do know. And what we do know is all of these expenses that Doge is bringing out there. You see, they're trying to get you off your tilt. They're trying to make you get off your game here because they don't want people focusing over here on these numbers. The mainstream media right now, their new thing is telling everybody that Trump's approval rating is in the toilet. Everybody's jumping ship. We don't believe your polls. I think your polls are BS. I can see it. I can see it by everybody who's talking about what Trump is doing is excited. I don't see anybody go, oh my goodness, I can't believe he's fighting grift and crime. Oh no, he won't let the kids in Mozambique have the condoms. Oh my God. There's a video, tomorrow I'm going to show you like some of the stuff that the media has been saying. And you can almost see the trial balloons happening with the different narratives and how they come across. And so you've heard over the last 24 to 48 hours, everyone whining about the chainsaw. And that didn't work. And so now they're on to a new one. A new one being the polls say even Trump voters don't want to see what Elon and Big Balls are doing. Remember, the first one was Big Balls. That was the first hoax. First hoax was Big Balls. We need to get these kids out of here. They don't know what they're talking about. They're seeing your private information, and you can just see it unfold. Take a deep breath, step back, and just watch the narratives get tossed out there. And they're checking. Nah, that didn't work. No, that didn't work. And over and over and over. Meanwhile, what is true and the things that Trump is doing, this came out while you guys were watching this. Breaking. Elon Musk has stated that federal employees will receive an email inquiring about their accomplishments from the previous week, and failure to respond will be regarded as a resignation. So what that means is clearly that is from the office. That's what they're going to be doing. What would you say you do here? Because that's what that email says. Now, in addition to everything else, and you guys can see, you know what's going on. Elon Musk has stated that federal employees will receive an email inquiring about the accomplishments from the previous week. You're defending your life. You're defending your existence. We want to know what you're doing. Now, you know, just like the whole Dark Moon guy, you know, they already know. They just need you to lie. And then at that point, you're done. Because they can track everything you logged in. They can tell when your keystrokes are even probably going on. They know everything. Again, people are being really stupid. You're talking about high-level tech surveillance at this point, and they've probably have seeded these computers where, and I don't mean even probably. I know I have worked at a company that your computer is locked, and when you get to your desk, you log in. And when you log in, it begins tracking everything that you're doing. And then when you log out, it says you went home, or if you're already working from home, it can tell what you're doing. So imagine this, you're working from home. There's no supervisor there, but you have a task list to go through. And you log in at 9 a.m., and nothing happens because you logged in so you could pretend you're working, and then all of a sudden there's a log out at 5 p.m. Where'd you go? What the hell did you do? How did you just log in and log out? There's nothing here that shows you opened file A, file B, you didn't do this, you didn't do any reconciliations, you didn't even log out for lunch. Oh, you work straight through. Oh, you got it like that. They're gonna check everything. SV just sent me saying Elon's trolling. I guess this is about the Fort Knox. I'm sorry, Fort Knox thing. Hold on, I'll let you guys see. Midas, shut up. All right. Cat Turd, someone else who trolls these people mercilessly. President Trump and Elon Musk going to see if the gold is still in Fort Knox should be live streamed on X. This will be fun for everyone. Again, like you saw the guy Dark Moon. Elon, everybody's talking about it. If it's a nothing burger, and the one thing you do know, well, there's many things you know, but one thing you can be very confident in is our president always talks about ratings, numbers. He never fails to go, oh, the failing New York Times, oh, the failing CNN, oh, MSNBC, nobody's watching them. J.D. Vance just the other day at Cpac said we did more executive orders than CNN has viewers. So do you, in your right mind, believe at this point that your president wants a complete flub? Ask yourself that. Everything that you've seen, everything that you know about Donald Trump, and he's been kind of, doing the trailers like it's some kind of movie. Oh, don't forget, soon, coming to a television near you, the opening of the Fort Knox vault. Tune in. And he keeps saying it to very prominent audiences. This is the third straight day of speeches where he's mentioned that. So, knowing that about President Trump, and knowing that he really, really cares about making a splash, and he likes numbers. You know, Elon loves numbers because he always says, hey, we had 1 million views of XYZ video. And 2 days ago, we did a Grok reveal and 8 million people watched Grok. You really think that they want to open this vault up and live stream it and have nothing happen? See, that's some convincing I'd have to tell myself, because I'm like, well, I would think that those guys would be really stupid. But in any event, so before we close, which I'll take some comments, but what was my note here? One of my notes was in regards to, we were talking about the pardons right before Donald Trump came on, and I was mentioning to you, and I want to cover this before you leave because I was so proud and happy to see you engage, and even with that yesterday with those pardon things, I wasn't trying to convince you. I say, hey, I don't know, go look. And what I'm talking about, those of you who saw this from Viva Fry, where he said that Adam Schiff's pardon is only narrow around the January 6th committee, meaning everything else in his life is fair game. And I showed you this, and it specifically reads here that this pardon for any offenses against the United States which may have committed or taken part in arising around the specific select committee of the January 6th, event, I'll call it. That's all it covers. So if the Standard Hotel and some other stuff are in there, they're not covered. Now, there's two things with this pardon. One, I just told you, it only covers this window. And number two, you have no ability to take the Fifth Amendment if you are then subpoenaed. Meaning, you got to answer the questions. And don't lie, because if you lie, it voids out your entire pardon. But the other part, meaning it's only for this box. What I had said to you guys, because I was surprised, and I went, wow, I wonder what the other ones say. Maybe you guys, if you guys can find some, let me know. And that's how I closed the show. Well, I opened my email this morning, and I must have had 20 to 30 emails with people saying, here's this person's, here's this. People had dug it up, and one lady had sent me the actual website where all the pardons are. I was shocked. That's being engaged. That's being in the fight. That's understanding. And people were reading the pardons, which, maybe I should look up that. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring it up, because maybe you want to do that as well and go look at these pardons. Because when you look into it, I think you're going to see that many of these pardons, I can't bring it up quickly. Okay, here it is. Maybe it's this one. Okay, here we are. Oh, she didn't give me the actual. Yes, she did. When I'm looking at the link to see if I can get the link. Is this a link or a picture? Anyway, it's on. It appears. It's on the Office of the Pardon Attorney. Let me see if I can bring this up real quick. Office of the Pardon Attorney. I didn't know there was such a thing under, okay, let me just bring this up so you guys can see it. There actually is something called the Office of Pardon Attorney. So some of you guys, if you got nothing to do this evening, might be something that you want to jump into. Here's something called the Office of Pardon Attorney. Move. Don't need privacy and all this stuff. Cancel. All right. And in here, it's got the pardons. And I believe you can search here January 21 to 2025. Which one they okay. Donald Trump. That's something he did. Where are all these pardons? Oh, here. That's for the January 6th committee. But in any event, they're in here, and if you search them, you can actually see the ones that Biden put out there. I don't have the actual link. Somebody emailed it to me. Pardons granted by President. Anyway, they're all in there. You take the time and search through here. All of them are in here. And at that point, you can see. And I was shocked and extremely happy that you guys are that engaged, because it really shows at that point that these people have problems. These people have some serious problems because of the fact they're so limited. Let me see if I can get to it. I think we got him. Yeah, I think I got him here. No, I don't know if I got him here. Let me see if this is one of them. Yeah, okay. Who is this one? Let me see. I found it. All right, so this one is for Joseph R. Biden Jr. Did he pardon himself? Who's this for? I didn't know he pardoned himself. Wait a minute. Okay, hold it. President, I'm trying to see who this is for. Wait a second. You guys see who this is for? I can't see the person who it's for. Oh, the members of Congress. Okay, this is the entire, I'm sorry, staring me in the face. This is for the entirety of the people who are on the January 6th committee. This is for all of them. If I go back, which one is this one? All right, now I'm cooking with gasoline right now. This one is for the ELF. And you can go through all these yourself. And it says specifically what they are pardoned for. And that's number 2. That's Fauci. This is Mark Milley. Again, down here. This one says anything he's done related to his service as chief of staff, and it gives certain time. My point being with all this, which you can go through and search because they're all there. Everybody found them and started sending them to me. Is that most of these are very narrow. And I didn't know that. And I didn't see that reported in the news at all. People were saying, oh, it goes back to 2014 and you're completely scot-free of everything that you may have or didn't do between 2014 and 2024. And that's not true at all. It is very narrow in scope. So when somebody like a Kash Patel begins digging in here, there's going to be a whole lot of stuff that's not covered. This one is for his family. This is for James, Sarah, Valerie, John, Francis. All of them got pardons. Theirs are completely wide open. Notice the difference there. That is amazing to me. His family got unconditional pardons for anything from January 1st, 2014. Anything. Against any crime. That's what he gave to his family. The others, this might have been a Jill Biden FU to all these people. Oh my goodness, this one here, who's this one to? Somebody named Gerald Lundergan. Gerald Lundergan got one for something here, for the offenses. These were specific to charges that were filed. Let me see who this one is. This is William Cromartie, but I'm not seeing. Where's the Liz Cheney ones? No, these are other people. So the Liz Cheney one is only covered under this one. All right. So I hope I'm not getting too much in the weeds. I really want you guys to understand what we're saying here. This is the only pardon for the people from January 6th. Liz Cheney, Benny, whatever his name is, not Benny Johnson, Benny, whatever his name is. But all those people on, Adam Schiff, this is what they get. And this one here is for all the members of Congress who served on the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack. And it covers all of them, but it only covers related to the activities of the matter of the Select Committee to investigate January 6th. Long-winded. What the hell does that mean, Barry? What that means is it's only for that. Nothing else. So I thought when I looked at Viva Frei, I thought there might have been something, individual. This is the one he posted. All of the members only have immunity from January 6th. Liz Cheney, lawyer up. The rest of your life, besides that period of time, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, if they have probable cause, can begin looking into you. Which means Adam Schiff, whether or not anything happened in the Standard Hotel, Russiagate, all this stuff, the perjury, all this stuff, you are now opened up to, and there's nothing Joe Biden can do for you. You guys thought you had a get out of jail card, and you only have a get out of jail card in relation to the January 6th committee. That's huge, people. That is absolutely huge. I hope you guys understand that. Read it for yourself. Have a friend who's an attorney and let them show you. Oh yeah, that's it. Anything else you've done in your life that they can find or have probable cause or to look at? Obviously you just can't do what they did to Trump. Just go digging and just figure out which, we can get them on something. But now all of you people who have just done everything you possibly can to Trump, you have a window of, just a little bit of a window. That's it. Everything else, you do any insider trading? Think about that. If you've done any insider trading, you're done. Let's see your portfolio. Any of this USAID money land in your account? You're done. They are so screwed right now. Many of them, maybe that's why Adam Schiff was freaking out about Kash Patel. Maybe they thought because the media has never said anything about this. The media acted like they had full pardons and everything's fine. And now here it is in late February and we're all looking at this going, wait a second. You guys are reporters and you never told us about this? You guys tell me if you had heard anything about these pardons, because we heard the part about the pardons being, for any crimes you may have committed, and it was a preemptive pardon. Okay, that's all they talked about. But they didn't talk about it as, you got a little window. So now all this stuff coming out, which is post-pardon, which is maybe another reason why Trump's digging so hard, is I hope not a dime of this money landed in any of these people's accounts. If you have any 501c3s, any charities, you did any insider trading, if you had a parking ticket, you are screwed. At this point, I would be lawyering up. Think about it. These congressmen and senators only make $175,000 to $200,000 a year. That's it. So how did you get these unless you had family money or, had some outside business interest? Maybe you were a lawyer before at a firm and you're still getting money. But absent being able to prove how you have $9 or $10 or $15 million, that is a viable thing for someone to figure out. Hey, listen, you've been here for 8 years. You make $200,000 a year. Now, how the hell do you have 20 million? This is going to be fun. And again, don't listen to me. Go ahead and read it yourself. Viva Frei, he posted it yesterday. I was like, is this real? And so people went out and they found these. That's it. That is the single document for the members of Congress. And also, what's really important about this is if it's only covering the people who are on that committee. Members of Congress who served on the select committee. That's it. So everybody else in Congress who's been running their mouth and trying to attack President Trump, Judge Merchan's daughter, Fani Willis, start putting that list together. Jack Smith. Wow. Now you know why they're freaking out. Thank you for want to see all these perp walks. This will take a while for them to go through. It may take digging down into somebody else for them to, flip on somebody. But at this point, they're laid bare. These two people and their staff can begin looking at everything. And you've noticed a lot of these people jumping ship, quitting, I'm out of here, and suing. The discovery on this is going to be massive. Absolutely massive. Stacey Abrams, yeah, you can add her to the list. Federal agents show up at Nancy Pelosi's house. Can't wait to read that news. What's she worth? Like $200 million? Mitch McConnell, like $100 million? These people have never worked. How did you get AOC, Jasmine Crockett? How did you get all that money? I wouldn't want to be there. Stacey Abrams is crazy. Fauci is probably the one who's protected the most because he probably can bring down too many people. They really made sure that they tried to protect him as much as possible. However, some of the things that they may find on Fauci that may be unrelated to his work, meaning, I don't know, are your taxes complete? Did you file everything correctly? Remember, one of the most notorious gangsters ever, Trump talks about it all the time, is Al Capone. How did Al Capone? They couldn't get the murders, they couldn't get the racketeering, they couldn't get the booze, they couldn't get the prostitution. How did they get Al Capone? Accounting. The numbers didn't match up. You saw the movie Untouchables. They arrested him because of taxes. So none of these pardons would cover that. What are these guys doing with money? Are they reporting? Yeah, it could get real ugly. I really don't think they thought we would shine a spotlight on the money trail. Yeah, I think USAID and all these other things are going to take down so many people. I think it's Armageddon for the Democrats and possibly some Republicans as well. I'm sorry, but AOC could never have made $2 or $3 million. Nope. She was broke. And I don't know anything about Jasmine Crockett, but from what I hear her talk, I would have to think she ain't got much upstairs either. But, you never know. We're going to see. Oh, and then all these people in the media. This is going to be a fun 4 years. All these judges. Oh, they're going to be too busy. Too busy. All right. So that was. Did I have anything else on here? Tomorrow I'm going to talk about a little bit about what we've been seeing in the media, and now their shift to each time they try something. I've got some videos I want to show you. There's a show that comes on Sunday mornings on Fox, and it's called Media Buzz with Howie Kurtz. And I always thought, man, you could do this much better. You're afraid of calling certain people out. I'm not. So I'm gonna take your idea, Howie, and we're gonna use that for the Sunday show. We're gonna call out some of the stuff that's been happening in the media. And let's see here. Oh, so I got to go and do the hoodies. Let me get this put together. Alrighty. Are we in a place here where I can run this? Yep, here we go. All right, we're going to give away 3 hoodies right now. Let me go ahead and do this. Yeah, we're good to go. All right, first one, Robert Wilson. Robert Wilson, you are a hoodie winner. Number 2, I'm sorry for not playing the drum roll, but Robin's waiting for me, so I'm kind of getting quick here. Stephen I. Gordon, you are the second winner. And one more. Let's see here. Angel Kinney. Congrats to the 3 of you for winning free Trump hoodies. They're warm. Also, I'm putting together a list, not a list, but a collage of pictures people have been sending in their pictures. So you can, I can put all those together and put them into and show you all the people who are wearing their hoodies. And now I'd like to go in here and recognize or acknowledge any super chats that may be in here as well. Let me put this like that. And as I mentioned earlier, thank you very much for getting me to this show here to the top 10 for the yesterday, a weekday, which never happens, but today with this Trump speech today, we should be good for tomorrow too. See, most of the people don't do the weekends, and so we may hit top five tomorrow. I'm thinking. All right, so what's new? Yay, that you should give us more hoodies. I give away 3-4 every single night. Mr. Martinez, thank you, Mr. Martinez. We love you, Barry, because you're a straight shooter, authentic, you articulate your words, and most importantly, you love God, family, and this country. Yes, absolutely, I do. In fact, the woman out there she was chatting today, and we got it's date night. James Hagan taken to a nice seafood restaurant. Keep rocking, Barry. Your common sense take on the news resonates. Thank you very much. Stephen Anderson, Midas touch, and Rick Wilson going crazy. TDS, I'm on them. Oh, yeah. And it's funny when they get on, they just lie and lie and lie. Donna Ide, hope I said that correctly. Thank you very much. Hi, Barry. Been here from the beginning. I learned how to do this so I could tell you that you give me the best all-around news that I could see. Thank you for your analysis. Thank you for tuning in and your chat, super chat. Beverly Litton, Doge Zelensky. We're going to talk about him tomorrow as well, in depth. Polio 45, officer of the party. Yep, just got it. Just pulled it up. Miguel Cassiano, all news outlets will be buried alive. I like how you said that. Beverly Litton Cash should investigate what Klaus Schwab was doing in Indiana. Now, he's not American, so I don't know how deep you can go on that, but he can probably, find out what the people were doing with him. Bruce Engelhart, Tom Homan is ensuring we are kept safe. Man, that guy's a pit bull. He's a pit bull. Fran, Tom, we appreciate you here in Chicago. Thanks, fam, and the best news. Barry, thank you, and your beautiful family. Thank you very much. Beverly Litton, I looked at Fauci's pardon. Didn't notice any quicksand. No, if he walks on quicksand, he's going down. RSNN, Richard Snyder's News Network. Barry, you've become so much a part of our household, I think I should start charging you rent. P.S. I still like the sound of BC Ed. Thank you. Randy Duenas, Shabbat Shalom. Thank you. I don't know what would be the appropriate response to that, but Shalom sounds good to me. Stephen Anderson, check out Liz Truss. Yeah, I'm going to bring... As I've mentioned, I'm going to start cutting videos and putting them up as their own videos separately from the show. So Liz Truss did a good talk yesterday as well. Lupe Murillo, J6 were thrown out by Matt Schlapp and his wife, said it was bad optics, real assassination attempts. There are groups planning to come in with weapons and bombs from now through March for Trump and Elon, various groups. As you heard Monica Page yesterday with talking about the executive orders and some of the swearing-ins and things of that nature and how they're scheduled for a certain time, but they don't show them live because they never want to show Trump doing it and being stationary. So, in that regards, yeah, constant threat. Larry the Scraper Guy, there's a hand, Scrapper Guy. Stay focused and never get complacent, just saying be safe all. Never be complacent. My head's always on a swivel. Tanyet Forshan, thank you. Hey Barry, you said just kick up your heels, grab your favorite snack, and watch the show. And you were right. Thank you, Barry, for starting this show. I've been watching since last year. Very happy to be part of the Fanfare family. Thank you very much. And Twinette, again, phenomenal warriors we have now. Take no prisoners. God is good. God bless you and your family and yours as well. Especially tomorrow being Sunday. Sharon Sunshine, no worries, Robin and Barry. She was responding a lot today. Trevor and Martina Harris, are we tired of winning? Nope. Nope. Chuck in Tennessee, thank you for covering this. Thank you for watching with me. Beverly Litton, God Bless America, was created by Irving Berlin, a Russian immigrant who was a Jew. He loved America. Over the years, the Dems grew to protest it for various reasons, such as not including other countries. They have no joy. Abysmal, thank you for that fun fact. Abysmal, I think Trump was set free after they raided Melania's clothes. She said, do what you need to do with my blessing. I know if you went shuffling through Robin's stuff, I got to do what I got to do. Hey, Tommy, I'm friggin' digging this day. Here goes another DJT win. It's incredible. Haven't stopped smiling in days and playing guitar. Rocking for DJT's Patriots. Very well. Robinson Velasco. When Trump retires, he can pursue a career as a stand-up comedian. He'll sell out any venue. He's just so comfortable up there. Think about all the politicians you've seen in your lifetime. And they're very, very staid. And they do all this kind of stuff. This man just gets up there. And he's got, obviously, some cues on teleprompters. But you can tell when he just, like, looks away and he just starts talking. I don't know who works his teleprompter. But that person must get paid $1 million a year because, wait, what's he doing? Rewind. Okay, stop. Go forward. Oh, because blah, 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 blah. You know what? And he just starts talking. You're like, do I need to go back? Because he stopped mid-sentence. How am I going to know? At this point, the guy probably knows, but just imagine having to work the teleprompter for Donald Trump when you don't know what's going to come out the guy's mouth at any specific time. And you got to be ready when he's talking like this directly to somebody. When he turns his head, it's got to be right where he wants it. And I just can't even imagine. FL, please pray for my total healing in my feet and my orthopedic to write the correct orthodontics. Oh, okay, yes. Pray, God bless you for your healing, darling. Yes, please. Ernst Walker, hydrogen is safe if you do it right. You don't need pressurized tanks in your car. Make the hydrogen in the car. It's not hard. It's not dangerous. I have no idea. And I am not ashamed to say I have no idea. Thanks, Ernest. FL, Barry, let's have another live prayer meeting. Yes, I'm in the process of setting that up. JJ and or maybe John Amanchaku, one of the two, and I will absolutely get that put together. Eric Parks, grateful for you, Barry. God bless you and your family. Also pray that I get a job at CS. Where are you getting? Where are you looking? I'll pray for that. But where are you looking? X? I'm not really sure. Or CSX is a railroad, I think. But either way, good luck. Cuddle 00. Thank you, Barry, for all the hard work you and your team do. Can't go a day without watching you. Thank you. Much aloha. Aloha to you and mahalo. See, I know a couple words. She taught me. Stephen Lesner, 400 billion gives every taxpayer 5,000, 20% of 2 trillion at 350. So I'm going to show you some stuff tomorrow where these people are actually mad that it's been proposed to give people their own money back. It's yours. It's not the government's. It's yours. And there's people in the media who are bitching about it. Crazy. Grant Marbley, hi, very wonderful show. You're a lot more than a content creator. You're an educator. Thank you. Like no one else online. Thank you. And if you're ever in Australia, I would love to catch up. Okay, might have to make it down there. I've always wanted to go down under, except it's such a long flight. But I'll have to get over that. Mississippi, great handle. We needed Midas Pup guarding Fort Knox. He lazy. He eats, he sleeps, he poops, and then he sleeps some more. Mel Porter, God bless you and your family and the mods. Thank you, Mel. BLS Doom Crew, how are you doing? Barry, you saying Trump knows there's no gold or missing gold is the reason why he wants to expose it live? No, I don't know whether this gold is missing. Here's what we do know about the gold. And this is the facts that as they are. One, if you watch my interview with Kevin Demerit, he went over some of the pricing and other things. One, it has not had a full audit since 1974. By my math, that's 50 years. Two, the gold inside of Fort Knox has been devalued. It is only valued at $45 an ounce. There being, if there's all this gold in there and it's the price is set at market value, well, if gold is right now about $28 or $2,900 an ounce, do the math. $45 an ounce, $2,900 an ounce times all the gold that's supposed to be there. My point in all of this about the Fort Knox fiasco, we can call it, is nobody else, he has been promoting that he wants to go do an audit in Fort Knox. Mike Lee and some other senators have said they have been told they can't get in. Rand Paul, Mike Lee, a couple other senators said they've tried to go there and they've been turned away and not allowed to go into Fort Knox. Couple that with the fact that there's been no audit since 1974 and that your president is saying he wants to do an audit because, quote, I need to make sure what's in there. And the other thing is, we got a big problem if there isn't. Take a step back. President Trump does not have to be promoting this. Trump does not have to be telling the American people in various speeches, I'm going to go do an audit. President Trump could get in Marine One at any time, fly over there and say, open the damn doors and go look. So put that together and ask yourself, why would he be approaching it this way? Put all the knowledge that you do know. Not any of the supposition. Put everything that you do know and go, not audited since 74, extremely devalued. Senators over the years have been rebuffed and said they can't go in. And the president, who has access anytime he wants, keeps saying, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. Instead of just one day just taking it Marine One or the limo and the motorcade and going, hey guys, we're going over to Fort Knox, open the damn doors. When you put all that together, if you're a functionally thinking adult, what do you come up with? Not me. What do you come up with? Is Trump just playing, trolling? The leader of the free world is spending his time at speeches telling people he's going to go audit something that he could go audit right now. He doesn't need an RSVP. Doesn't need to say, you know what, let them know I'm going to come on Monday. No. Drive over, open the doors. So why would he be doing it? Use the noggin. Use the noggin. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Karen C4, do you think Biden was actually being clever and limiting certain pardons? I don't think Biden was doing anything. Whoever was writing it. Maybe, Jill told somebody to write it that way. Don't know. Roxana Napier, thank you twice. Pope France sick, the devil is coming to collect his due. Yeah, that guy better. Okay, oh, I jumped ahead. I jumped way ahead. Yeah. Lupe Murillo, can I post a copy of Pardon Now to FBI and Bondi? I'm sure they've got copies. BLS Doom Crew, bury the Democrats, will call this lawfare, but we the sensible people of MAGA Republicans know this is about breaking the law, and it's not about retaliation like they will spin it. But you know what? I think we're becoming a post-media world. I think at this point they have been found to be so fake, so many of them liars, that their ratings are telling the truth about them and people don't care anymore. Kevin Strand, Homan reminds me of Schwarzkopf. Yeah, he does. Norman Schwarzkopf, the Desert Fox, was that his nickname? Neo, love your show. You all rock. Thank you. God bless America. God bless you. Mary, did you hear Fauci was denied a passport? No, I did not hear that. I'm going to have to check that out. Cliff Leibowitz, don't we have a wonderful family here? Yes, we do. Yes, thank you. for all of you. Brian Newland, hydrogen goes back to Tesla's zero energy. Then the government shut his plan down to stow all of his documents. And Nicholas Lamonicus. Hello, Nicholas. Haven't seen you in a while. Very thanks, Forrest, for what you do. Where can we find the pardons? Okay, so I just showed you. It's the Office of what was it called? Office of the Pardon Attorney is what it was called. The Pope is dying. Barry gives away 1,200 in hoodies this month. That's a lot of money. How did you know that? Oh, you just took like 3 or 4 times 30 days. Well, is it 30 days? It's not all 30 days, but yeah, it's close to it. I don't count it. Late chat here from Beverly Linton. They could have, where's this? They could have had a broadcast booth at the next Cpac. I went to Cpac in Dallas and saw podcast booths by Epoch Times and others. Yep, okay. Well, that's what I got for you guys today. I'm about to turn on the after chat. You guys seem to be liking that a lot, which I'm happy that you are. And it was Ashley and Robin combined idea for me to do that, and I love getting ideas about things like that are different. So tomorrow we're looking at 3 o'clock, and hope you guys can make it. Thanks for tuning in today. Awesome speech by President Trump once again, and I'll talk to you guys. I'll talk to you guys probably in a little while. So I'm gonna be testing something, just to let you know. I'm gonna be testing something with my phone. And I'm gonna go live on X first, and just do a quick thing, and see what kind of response and notifications there are. I'm gonna head outside, hang out by the pool, and then I'm probably about. You know what? I'll tell you what. The after chat goes for 30 minutes, which would take us to about 5:15. So 5:30. Look for me to go live on X, not on YouTube or Rumble, just on X. All right, guys. See you guys. In 45 minutes on X.